there's maybe 20% of the population which is relatively educated, more or less articulate. They play some kind of role in decision-making. They're supposed to sort of participate in social life, either as managers or cultural managers, like, say, teachers and writers and so on. They're supposed to vote. They're supposed to play some role in the way economic and political and cultural life goes on. Now, their consent is crucial. It's one group that has to be deeply indoctrinated. Then there's maybe 80% of the population whose main function is to follow orders and not to think, and not to pay attention to anything. And they're the ones who usually pay the costs.
This is Bristol. It's Friday, it's 5 o'clock. Welcome to the Bristol Politics Show on the 23rd of January 2026, streaming from a corner of freedom close by Bristol City Centre, very nearly live. No Martin or Dave this week. Dave's back in a fortnight, we hope, unless he decides to stay out there in Louisiana, wherever he is. Don't believe a word we say, but we do try to share moments of clarity from the Temple of Port turned merchant venture of fiefdom in the City of London's Masonic UK Empire of Lies. Totally agree with you, Vladimir. That's where we are in this country now. We're live on the talkradio.org.uk stream, djplugradio.co.uk in Nuneaton, Warwickshire, holylandradio.com. That is between 11 and 2:30 Central Time, 87.7 FM in West Sweden, Wisconsin, and live on the Not the BCFM Politics Show app, available free from GitHub and the Apple App Store, but not from the evil Google Play. Easy to get hold of it via the main page, which is thisweek.org.uk. This show's repeated at 11 p.m. Fridays and at 11 and at 5 a.m. and p.m. all week on the Talk Radio stream, except 5 p.m. Mondays to Thursday, where we bring you the Richie Allen Show live. Thanks for turning off the psycho in the corner, gaslighting us with its accelerationist zero trust agenda psyops. This week, a bit of a special, I suppose, on two things mainly. One is the World Economic Forum and, as you might expect, our man in Greenland. But also a specific look at Argentina, because I've uncovered some further evidence of the smuggling of Nazi nuclear weapons to United States at the end of the Second World War to use against Japan, developed in the Nazi Germany and also tested in Nazi Germany. That is to say, used as in the H-bombs. More evidence to back up what Manfred Petrich has told us in past years, and also other evidence. But in way more importantly, at the end of the programme, we'll be looking at Adolf Eichmann. He was kidnapped in 1961 by the Mossad in Argentina. Always thought it was because he was part of the final solution. Well, it turns out he was linked to the Zionists from the SS. He was the SS liaison with the Zionists and knew all the names of all the Zionists who'd been cooperating with the Nazis during the war. Interesting. So that's where we finish up. So Argentina, quite a major thing featuring today. The McCarthyite witch hunts going after anyone with influence who speaks up for humanity or against the rentier class. World War III and wage slavery. For those with eyes to see and ears to hear, the so-called solutions to the multiplying crises. You know what they all are. The accelerationist Armageddonist solutions crafted to make every crisis worse. How specifically this week we'll be looking at Donald Trump's speech at the World Economic Forum about Ukraine. Do you Europeans really want to destroy your own people and your entire economy just to keep the war in Ukraine going? The answer seems to be yes, we do, to Donald Trump. No wonder he finds it difficult to understand how the West Europeans function. So have our cabinet sold their souls to the devil? Because the politicians have nothing to say. Another little anecdote there from Manfred Petrich. So he's featuring a couple of times. Met him first at the Bilderberg conference, and I'm also going to give away this week the possible venue in Ottawa of this week's Bilderberg conference, the first weekend in June this year. It looks like it may well be in Ottawa. One of the hunters has checked out a hotel. Anyway, Nick Land's dark Enlightenment, social Darwinist control freaks and cowardly underlings want us as slaves to their AI, or dead, it seems. Albert Pike's Zionist World War III plan. Oh, it doesn't exist, of course. No, sorry about that. It doesn't exist. Of course, it's a big taboo. Meanwhile, wife-murdering pantheist Wef King Tampon Charlie and his vampire queen Carmilla wage war, by the way, who controls so much in this country. People have got absolutely no idea the extent to which Charlie pulls the strings, particularly on things like Ukraine war. Wage war on the British people as well as on China, Russia and the BRICS. Mainly Russia, I would say. Anyone who's not their mates they don't like. The Crown prosecutes us for praying for unborn children, and the only right they want us to have is our so-called right to kill ourselves. Cheers. With the help, like the jabs, of a doctor. Netanyahu, king of chaos, rolls out a red carpet for the Zionist man-god Antichrist Messiah to come. Maybe from the British royal family, eh? Oh, there's quite a lot of British royal families. Oh, I'm from the line of David. I'm going to be Jesus, the Messiah. Really? Yeah, the second coming is Tampon Charlie. Well, I wonder. But it's not the end of the world. Or is it? So, no, as I said, no Martin this week. Apologies, or Dave, and a no absolutely 100% live show, but I'm recording this about an hour before 5 o'clock, so it's as good as, I think. And because last week I forgot Patricia's poem, it's terrible. She actually sent me a poem and I didn't even read it. I mean, that is almost unforgivable, really. We're going to have her poem this week, right now, before I forget. Ode, Smash and Grab, the beginning of their end. Greenland. A strategic game, see play. Don, gone wrong, plays save the day. Deals be cut for shareholders who, technocrats et al., the crew. To dig for cold, all want the ice. To cool the data pools, quite nice. Wax lyrical on deaths and dying, Davos all warlords see vying. GDP, who cares, what weight? Take 5%, but more like 8%. From folk who can't afford to eat or heat their homes or warm their feet. NATO, the shakedown, gangster mob who take from us our cash they rob, funnel through the laundry wash to fill their boots, sloshed, full of dosh. Bankrupt countries, tariffs plenty, don the smash and grab of gentry. Each thread weave quilt of violent greed, Palestine, Iran they bleed, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, the Middle East, ere under attack. Democracy, oh what a wheeze, while we the people, detainees. Turn east, go east, oh Europe do. Leave Israel, US, to stew. The old days long gone of bossy boots, it's time, high time to pull up roots and plant in fertile soils of peace where hostilities and greed, pray, cease. Thanks, Patricia. It'd be nice if the EU would read your poem, take you to heart, and do something about that. Another couple of stories. Just these are not audio that I've got for this week, but the Jerusalem church leaders this week have condemned Christian Zionism as a harmful political ideology. At last, Greek Orthodox Patriarch of Jerusalem, Theophilus III, is pictured entering the Basilica of the Nativity in Bethlehem. So patriarchs and heads of the churches in Jerusalem have issued a forceful public statement denouncing Christian Zionism as a damaging ideology that threatens the unity of Christian communities in the Holy Land and serves external political agendas at the expense of the indigenous Christian presence. The statement warns Christian Zionist actors within and outside the region are misleading the public, promoting confusion and interfering in the internal life of churches. Church leaders accuse these actors of operating under the guise of Christian support while advancing a political project that wounds the unity of the faithful and undermines the pastoral mission of the historic churches entrusted with care of the Holy Land. These undertakings found favour among certain political actors in Israel and beyond, the statement reads, who seek to push a political agenda which will harm the Christian presence in the Holy Land and the wider Middle East. Well, it's already harming it. The document has been signed collectively by patriarchs and heads of the churches in Jerusalem, and it directly challenges efforts by pro-Israel evangelical networks to insert themselves into ecclesiastical affairs in the region, efforts which have grown increasingly visible and politically influential over the past decade, and they're also mad. Christian Zionism is bonkers and extremely dangerous stuff. It's basically saying that that the Jewish mission to retake Jerusalem is good, it's fine, and that they can get rid of everyone who's not a Zionist or Jewish, and start redoing the sacrifices in the temple, a reconstituted temple. So when Jesus came, Christians should understand that he put an end to sacrifice. He was the ultimate sacrifice. So what are these Christian Zionists up to? Well, CIA is all I'll say. CIA. I reckon. Dan Del Santo, if you can hear him playing in your head, then so can I. Also, another story this week about Argentina, which I'll leave until we get to our section on Argentina. So anyway, let's kick off with the various pieces we've got today, starting in the UK. Somebody I've come across recently, thank you whoever it was that sent it to me, very, very good. I watched through his stuff. He's called Fine Print. The guy's name is Caleb Teske. I think that's how you pronounce it. And here he is looking at the whole ID scam and how actually this is really privatisation of government and privatisation of our identity. So please, folks, if you can, just don't cooperate with it. They're selling you. That's what they're doing effectively. Anyway, Caleb Teske does a very good job here. Thanks.
Digital ID has been scrapped. Government U-turn, victory for individual liberty. That was the news this week.
The government looks set to row back on plans to introduce mandatory digital ID cards.
Nearly 3 million people signed a petition, the government backed down, and Nigel Farage declared it a triumph over ghastly authoritarianism. Even Kemi Badenoch called it a rubbish policy, and she was glad to see the back of it. Papers, please? Not in Britain. Not today. Except, well, that's not actually what happened. They didn't scrap digital ID. They're still building the entire system. Over £340 million in contracts have already been handed out. The infrastructure is still going ahead on schedule. The only thing they dropped was the requirement to use a specific government-issued card, and even that's temporary. So what exactly did they scrap? And where is all that money actually going? I'm Andy Roberts and this is The Fine Print, and I've done some digging following the money behind Britain's digital ID machine. What I found wasn't a story of a government backing down. It was a story of consultants getting rich, private companies making money every time your identity gets checked, and an infrastructure being built that will make mandatory ID inevitable whether you voted for it or not. And that isn't even the worst part. Let's rewind. In September 2025, Keir Starmer stood up and made an announcement that genuinely shocked people. You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have digital ID. It's as simple as that. By 2029, every worker in Britain would need a government-issued digital identity to prove their right to work. No card, no job. The backlash was immediate. A petition against mandatory digital ID gathered 2.9 million signatures, one of the largest in parliamentary history. Big Brother Watch, Liberty, Open Rights Group, 8 organisations wrote jointly to the Prime Minister warning this would fundamentally change the relationship between the population and the state. And it wasn't just the usual suspects. Tory leader Kemi Badenoch opposed it, Nigel Farage opposed it, Ed Davey opposed it, Scottish First Minister John Swinney opposed it. Over 30 MPs signed an open letter. Polling showed 63% of the British public didn't trust the government to keep their digital ID data safe. So on January 13th, the government blinked. Headlines everywhere declared victory. But here's what the headlines missed. What they actually announced was this: you won't be required to use a specific government-issued ID card. But mandatory digital right-to-work checks still happening in 2029. Gov.uk One Login, the system that will hold your biometric data, still being built. Gov.uk Wallet, the app that will store your digital driving licence and who knows what else. Transport Secretary Heidi Alexander went on Radio 4 to clarify. The difference, she said, is whether checks have to use one piece of ID, a digital ID card, or whether it could be an e-visa or an e-passport. So to get around it, they've just changed some definitions. They're pretty relaxed about what form that takes. Well, how reassuring. They dropped the card, not the system. And as I'm about to show you, the system is where the real money is. Let's talk about Deloitte. You know Deloitte, the consulting giant. They're everywhere in government now. NHS, welfare, defence. And they are absolutely cleaning up on digital ID. In March 2022, Deloitte won a £9 million contract to be a delivery partner for Gov.uk One Login. Reasonable enough, you might think. Government needs technical help. 7 months later, that contract has already ballooned to 12.3 million, a 37% increase in less than a year. Then came a £16 million contract in 2023. Then in July 2024, the big one, £42 million to build the gov.uk app. 2 years, 42 million quid just for a smartphone app. Add it up, and Deloitte has secured somewhere in the region of 77 to 100 million pounds from just this single programme. That's roughly half of all the contracts I could identify. And they're not alone. Experian, the credit check people, picked up 18 million quid for fraud detection and identity verification questions. PA Consulting got 17.5 million for capability delivery and technical architecture. A company called iProve, remember that name, we'll come back to them, secured £17.5 million for biometric facial verification. That's the bit where you stare into your phone camera to prove you are, well, you. Accenture's subsidiary 6.6 got 12.5 million. Accenture itself picked up another 9.5 million directly. Capgemini, £8 million. The Infrastructure and Projects Authority, the government's own watchdog, rates the whole programme amber. That means significant issues exist requiring management attention. The original delivery date was 2025. That's been pushed back to 2028. The budget started at 305 million. It's now 342 million plus an additional 115 million quid allocation for this year alone. And here's the thing that really got me. A whistleblower with senior security experience at GDS revealed that development work was offshored to Romania without the knowledge of the CEO, without consultation with the National Cybersecurity Centre, just quietly handed off to overseas contractors by Deloitte subcontractors, and nobody at the top knew. But wait, I said I'd come back to iProve, and what happened with them in May 2025 is genuinely extraordinary. Here's something that most people don't even realise about digital ID. The government isn't building a system where they verify your identity. They're building a system where private companies verify your identity, and then charge you for the privilege. Right now, there are exactly 67 certified services under something called the Digital Identity and Attributes Trust Framework. 67 private companies authorized to check who you are. Every time an employer verifies a worker's right to work, one of these companies gets paid. Prices range from 90p for a basic check to £7.50 for more complex verifications.
So, as the saying goes, the devil is in the detail, and the detail is in the fine print. Thanks very much, Caleb Tesker, for exposing some of this. A full version of that up on our show page later at thisweek.org.uk. And he's particularly good, isn't he? So he's also been looking at local government and these massive contracts. We've got one here in Bristol that our former mayor signed, which are just disastrous. There's billions of pounds going to people who he's taken money from himself here in Bristol, but this is going on all over the country. Basically, city councils and local boroughs, etc., are being hamstrung with these horrific contracts that they've got to pay before they can do any light bulbs or anything like that, or empty bins. And so this is a way of destroying the country. Of course, Serco and Capita are involved. Basically, it's contract fraud. So let's have a listen to fine print again. That's Caleb Tesker explaining this.
In 2022, a man named Liam Kavanagh bought himself a £10 million private jet. Then a £20 million country estate. Then a yacht. Then a fleet of luxury supercars. Nothing unusual there. Rich people buy stupid all the time. Except Liam Kavanagh wasn't rich. But not really. Every penny of that came from a single council in Essex. Money that was supposed to, fix potholes or fund libraries or keep the bins collected. £130 million allegedly embezzled from council tax. And here's what makes this truly insane. Thurrock Council didn't just give him their money, they borrowed over £1 billion from 150 other councils to give to him as well. Which means if you pay council tax anywhere in England, there's a decent chance that some of your money helped buy that man a jet. But Thurrock isn't an isolated case of one dodgy deal gone wrong. It's one of nine UK councils that have effectively declared bankruptcy since 2018. Combined debt over £5 billion. And what I found when I started following the money is a pattern so consistent it can't be coincidence. The same companies keep showing up, the same consultants keep getting paid, and the same people keep walking away rich while your local services collapse. Hey, I'm Andy Roberts, welcome to the Fine Print. Right, let's establish the scale of what we're actually dealing with here, because I don't think most people realise how unprecedented this is. A Section 114 notice is the closest thing a UK council can get to declaring bankruptcy. It's a formal admission that they cannot balance their books. Before 2018, the last time any English council issued one was Hackney in the year of 2000. Since 2018, 9 councils, 14 notices, billions in debt. And the numbers are genuinely staggering. Woking, a borough council in Surrey with an annual core budget of £16 million, somehow accumulated £1.8 billion in debt. Now, no, that is not a typo. Their debt is over 100 times their annual budget. Thurrock, the one with the private jet situation, lost £200 million on solar farm investments alone. We'll get to how that spectacularly went wrong in a moment. Birmingham, Europe's largest local authority, faces £760 million in equal pay liabilities, which would be bad enough on its own, but they also somehow managed to turn a £19 million IT project into a £216 million disaster. That is a cost overrun of over, 1,000%. Croydon became the only council in history to issue 3 bankruptcy notices in 2020, 2021 and 2022. Their council-owned housing developer received £260 million in loans before being wound up with £68 million written off. Nottingham lost £38 million on a council-run energy company that was supposed to save residents money. Slough quadrupled its borrowing from £180 million to £760 million with, and I am quoting the government inspector here, little evidence this followed any strategic or commercial plan. Now, you might be thinking, alright, okay, councils made some boo-boos, some bad decisions here and there, that's unfortunate, but surely there are checks and balances in place. Surely someone's job is to prevent this. And you'd be right, there were checks and balances. The Audit Commission, the independent body that used to oversee local government, was abolished in 2015. And what replaced it is, well, essentially nothing. Councils now hire private audit firms, the same audit firms that also sell them consultancy services. The same audit firms that profit whether the council succeeds or fails. Remember that, because we're going to see those same names come up again and again and again. But first I want to talk about Birmingham, because what happened there is it's just a masterclass in how to waste public money. Birmingham City Council's Oracle IT implementation is, without exaggeration, the most expensive single IT project failure in UK local government history. Well, here's the setup. Birmingham had an old SAP system running their finances. It worked. I mean, it wasn't glamorous, but it worked. In 2019, they decided to replace it with Oracle Fusion Cloud ERP, a shiny new system that would modernise everything. Original budget, £19 million. Final cost, so far, £216.5 million. For a spreadsheet! Give me £2,000, I'll get it done in a week. And that's not a cost overrun. I mean, that is financial arson. The system was implemented by a company called Evosys, and despite staff testing reporting just days before launch that the system was unstable and failing to load properly, they went live anyway in April 2022. Of course, the results were immediate and catastrophic. The core bank reconciliation system, you know, the bit that tracks money coming in and going out, failed completely. The council literally could not tell how much money they had. Security features that were supposed to detect fraud, but never switched on. For 18 months, there was no way to track if someone was cooking the books. A Grant Thornton audit found a culture where, and I'm quoting, bad news was not welcome. Critical information about how badly the system was failing was hidden from elected councillors for approximately 13 months. But here's the part that really gets me. Birmingham lacked the in-house expertise to properly oversee what Oracle and Evosys were doing. They couldn't act as what's called an intelligent customer, someone who actually understands what they're buying. So what did they do? They hired external consultants to help. The same consultants who were already billing them, the same consultants who had no incentive to flag problems because problems meant more billable hours. By late 2023, the council was spending £500,000 per month on temporary staff just to manually do what the computer system was supposed to handle automatically. They've had to hire people to do the computer's job because the computer they spent 200 million quid on doesn't work. The council hasn't been able to file auditable accounts since 2022. They don't expect to have a functioning finance system until later in 2026. And Oracle, Evosys, they got paid. Of course they did. Every damn penny. Now you might think Birmingham would have learnt from past experience with big IT contractors. No, they did not. Because this wasn't even their first disaster. From 2006 to 2019, Birmingham had a £475 million contract with Capita. 13 years. And at the end of it, one councillor admitted that elected members had, quote, little idea how much the arrangement was costing or what is going on. £475 million. Over more than a decade. And the people who were supposed to be overseeing it didn't even understand what it was that they were paying for. Birmingham eventually brought those services back in-house, but not before Capita had extracted nearly £500 million from the city. Which brings us to a company that deserves its own section. Capita. If you've never heard of them, count yourself lucky, because you've almost certainly interacted with their work. They handle everything from TV licensing to NHS administration to council services. Their track record is, let's say, consistent. At Barnet Council in London, Capita signed a £322 million 10-year contract in 2013 under something called the One Barnet programme. The idea was that outsourcing everything to Capita would save money and improve services. Great! Except internal audits later found there was no documented IT disaster recovery plans. Technical errors on Capita's systems caused staff underpayments. The council eventually demanded £4.12 million in compensation for delivery failures before bringing 370 staff back in-house and terminating the contract early. That's the pattern. Councils sign long-term contracts, problems arise, services deteriorate, but extracting yourself costs even more money. It's a trap. And in 2023, Capita gave us a lovely demonstration of what happens when you trust critical public infrastructure to a single private company. The Black Basta ransomware group spent 9 days inside Capita's systems before anyone noticed. Council phone lines across multiple authorities went down. Data on 6.6 million people was exposed. Remember that when the government says your digital ID information will be safe. The Information Commissioner's Office initially proposed a £45 million fine. It was reduced to £14 million. 8,000 claimants are now suing Capita in the High Court. And councils are still using them. Serco, Capita's equally charming cousin in the outsourcing world, has a similar record. At Thurrock, their back office services contract was terminated 5 years early. The council paid a £10 million exit fee just to get rid of them. At Peterborough, their contract was ended 7 years early to save money. Serco was fined $6.8 million for failing in housing asylum seekers in Glasgow. And alongside G4S, they were investigated by the Serious Fraud Office for charging the Ministry of Justice for electronic tags that, and I cannot stress this enough, did not exist. They ended up repaying £68 million plus penalties. But here is what is truly maddening. Despite all of this, the failures, the fines, the fraud investigations, councils keep signing new contracts with these companies. Because once you've outsourced expertise, you've lost all ability to do things yourself. You become dependent. And these companies know it. Now, if you've seen my video on how the government wants to track your every move, link in the description by the way, you'll know that I am deeply suspicious of large organisations telling us they have our best interests at heart. Well, it gets worse, because it's not just the IT contracts and outsourcing deals where money is disappearing. There's a financial product that's been quietly draining councils' budgets for over a decade, and the story of how it gets sold to councils involves kickbacks, conflicts of interest, and, about £15 billion of toxic debt.
So we first heard from fine print, Starmer lied, the contracts prove it, and that one was called "This is Why 9 Councils Are Bankrupt." So for fine print is obviously a useful, very, very good place to go and get some information. And if you thought that democracy was being dismantled, well, of course you're right. The figures, I think, are now these May elections. There are 500 elections for 500 councillors that have now been cancelled. No election taking place, so the previous people just carry on without an election, and 4 million voters disenfranchised. Okay, is there any democracy? Reform UK are taking the government to court, saying this is a criminal. So that would be interesting to see how that one goes. And isn't it annoying how the Conservative Party and none of the other parties are really doing the same sort of thing? They should all be getting together and saying, no, in a democracy you have to have elections. But no, they've decided. And of course the reason for all of this is because of Reform's success. On last week's show, the poll I published, which wasn't from Nadeem Sahawi's YouGov, because he's a Reform guy now, wouldn't trust that, but it explained that even if everyone in the country does tactical voting to try and keep Reform out, they're still going to win, and Nigel Farage would be Prime Minister. So obviously this is what this is about. It's nothing to do with rearranging local government at all. You still can have an election. They've been too slow, they didn't manage to do it in time, we're really sorry, but no, we're going to have to cancel that election. No, you just do the election like last time, don't you? Obvious.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has moved seamlessly from arrogance to incompetence and now cowardice. 3.7 million people are being denied the right to vote. It was the government that rushed a huge programme of local government reorganisation, imposing new structures, imposing timetables, and it is the government that is failing to deliver them. And rather than take responsibility for its own failure, the Secretary of State has chosen to dump the consequences of their incompetence onto the laps of local councils. The government's own election strategy said, and I quote, "The right to participate in our democracy should not be taken for granted." Cancelling elections was not part of that strategy. The Electoral Commission has been clear that the scheduled elections should go ahead as planned, and that capacity constraints are not a legitimate reason for delay. So, why was the Electoral Commission not consulted on these cancellations? Why is this being done at the last possible moment? And does the government accept the Gould principle that at least 6 months' notice should be given for any changes to election administration? Ministers say they are following the wishes of local councils. And the Minister said at the dispatch box that the Secretary of State has written amongst others, to Essex County Council. But the leader of Essex County Council has been clear that these elections should go ahead. And yet, the Secretary of State still cites Essex, amongst others, to justify the cancellations. And it's all well and good for the Secretary of State to write to the councils basically asking them the same question, but they have already given an answer. Yeah. So, when does the Secretary of State intend to lay the SIs for these areas? Does he think that it is appropriate to use secondary legislation under the Local Government Act? Did Parliament really allow ministers to run scared and cancel elections at will? Madam Deputy Speaker, I've always said these elections should go ahead, but the Secretary of State was the one that called these elections pointless. So why does he not have the courage of his own convictions, take responsibility for his own ineptitude, and stop laying the blame on local councils?
Minister. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the right honourable gentleman for the points that he has made, and I will certainly relay them to the Secretary of State so that he can take them under advisement. On the Electoral Commission, we wrote to the Electoral Commission to notify them we're grateful for their ongoing engagement, and we will certainly have regard to all views and representations made, including theirs. But this is fundamentally about local councils and their capacity, and that's why we've asked for representations from them. On the Gould principle, he asked about the Gould principle. The need for certainty underpins that principle to make sure that if there are technical changes, that those responsible for the delivery of elections could have time to adapt, but this is not about technical changes. We are listening to Council's views about their capacity in the context of local government reorganisation. And finally, he asks when the Secretary of State will take decisions. We've moved quickly to get these representations from councils, and the Secretary of State will take a decision as soon as he possibly can.
So that's James Cleverly, who I assume is the Shadow Minister for Local Government or Communities Minister, explaining some of this disastrous, horrifying, and isn't it annoying? I listened right the way through Prime Minister's questions this week on Wednesday. No questions about it at all. This is how, I suppose, the MPs think, well, it's not our elections, it's only the stupid councillors' elections, so why should we talk about it? Anyway, the fact is, they are totally crooked and corrupt, and we knew this for a long time, especially when Starmer is supporting genocide, which we'll be hearing a little bit about why it definitely is a genocide later. And so if he's going to do that, why not just steal an election and become a kind of Tin Pot dictator? Say we don't have to have elections anymore. Actually, Trump was hinting at that, wasn't he? Oh, I'm going to carry on for another term after, you know. Well, maybe you can change the Constitution if you can get it through the Senate, the Congress, and that sort of thing. So without democracy, what's going on for people in the housing crisis? Poorer people living in caravans and vans. A lot of people in Bristol are doing that. About 800. We're supposed to be the capital of the country for people living in vans, which is, I'm rather proud. And we at Bristol Housing Action, we do assist people. Although there are some van dwellers that don't seem to like what we do. They want people to go into these compounds, big things with well, I suppose, is it what it would be like a sort of eighth of an acre with a massive steel fence railings very high above, all around it, and you can go in there and you can pay Class A council tax, which is going up to £2,000 a year in April, and for whatever, I don't know if you're getting any services. Yeah, you'll be getting some water, big deal. Obviously, most of the sites that people are on have had water over the years for free. And you'll also have the bins emptied. Well, that was happening too on the traveller sites that were out of the way. But what's been going on here in Bristol is absolutely vile. The merchant venturers who own the Downs have been working with a guy called Tony Nelson, who's picked up their special phrase, protect the Downs. Because since COVID, we've seen hundreds of evictions, it's to say of hundreds of caravans and vans from discreet out-of-the-way sites, usually public land of some sort. And so everyone is kind of curbside. Well, we've got apparently 800 people living like that in Bristol now. Some are Also small groups of mostly Brazilians who are Uber Eats drivers living in caravans. Usually they tend to be one or two specific sites, but mostly this is just simply local people who just cannot afford to pay the rent, or else just desperately want to save a little bit for maybe to buy a canal boat, for something, because housing is so massively expensive and work is not paying as a way to get out of poverty. So there have been also, over the last couple of weeks, there's been stories about, well, not just stories, it's been happening. Caravans now, so many people are curbside rather than on these old sites, out of the way. Caravans have been being torched, and as a result of that, the police said, we're going to have to evict you then. No, you go and find the people who are doing the torching. Tony Nelson's gone very quiet now this torching has all started. He seems to have disappeared off the scene this year. He was quite vocal up till about November last year. Now he's gone. But vans are being torched. So there seems to me to be a really rather horrible, evil attempt here to force these people to basically say, here, this is who I am, and I'm going to pay you £3,600 a year to live in one of your compounds. That is to say, the £2,000 council tax, and I think it's £33 a week as a site fee, just to be allowed to stay there. No, I mean, travellers have been staying in caravans for free for thousands of years, ladies and gentlemen. So why should they have to start paying now? The council I've spoken to just wants to know who they all are. They want their names, their numbers, right, okay, they want their bank account details, they want their mobile phone numbers, they want their email addresses, they want to have them easily checkable. I suppose this is maybe part of the digital ID. Anyway, this is the latest. The council trying to enforce the people away from sites where there's been these attacks. So rather than finding the attackers, they're blaming the people being attacked. That's our local Avon and Somerset Constabulary and our local Bristol City Council. Green, by the way.
Good evening and welcome to the programme. First tonight, van dwellers living on a road in Bristol where arson attacks and antisocial behaviour have been reported have just 6 days to leave, or they could face court action.
The enforcement action is the latest attempt by council officials to solve an issue that's given the city an unenviable reputation around the country. But with those affected telling ITV News that they have no other option, is it solving the problem or just moving it somewhere else? From the Hillfields area of Bristol, Richard Payne reports.
The knock on the door that says, time to go. Over the last 18 months, so many people have arrived to live on this road, it's now almost full of caravans and vehicles. But notice has been given that all must now be gone by the start of next week, or enforcement action will follow. Elani, here for the last 6 months, isn't bitter, but realistic.
Of course we're going to move on, probably move on to another street, somewhere else, quieter street, who knows.
He told me he works as a driver, but Bristol's housing disparities give him little choice but this nomadic lifestyle.
There didn't used to be caravans in Bristol 20 years ago. You wouldn't have seen caravans in Bristol. But now you've got caravans everywhere. Why is that? It's because the housing stock's been run down. I don't necessarily want to live in a caravan, but I have no other choice, What's my other choice but to pay £2,000 to go and live in private rental, when essentially you look at some of the private rental stock, it's in really bad condition.
For all the sympathies many may have with those here, the lack of even the most basic facilities and recent antisocial behaviour makes this place a no-go zone for people local councillor Kelvin Blake seeks to represent. There have been 2 arson attacks here in recent weeks.
The majority of people living in this road are living in squalor, and we need to do something about it. If they were living in the private sector and the landlord was basically providing facilities as poor as they've got here, no running water, no waste facilities, limited waste disposal, then we would be taking enforcement action.
These council workers are the front line of a new policy to turn the tide on curbside living. Not through force, at first, but by trying to offer alternatives such as housing support or temporary pitches on dedicated sites with water and electricity. The target is for 250 such spaces by the spring.
There are more, obviously, than 250 vans on our streets in Bristol, so where do the rest go?
Not everybody is going to be eligible for or want to move on to one of our sites. They might have different aspirations, and we can support them with that. You know, that might be about getting on the housing register, getting a social home. It might be about actually moving into a private rented flat. And those are the sorts of things that we can support people with.
Support many living in places like this would welcome, but may only believe when it arrives. In the meantime, the search for a place to call home goes on.
Well, as that search for a solution that suits everybody critically goes on, Richard is here with us in the studio. Richard, you've been covering this for a while.
I have, yes, many years now.
Do you think this is really significant now?
I do, I really do, yeah. It feels like a defining moment, Alex, actually. If the City Council get this right, this new policy they've had approved just before Christmas, this is the first time we're seeing it in action, if you like, 7 days to move on. If they get it right, they can replicate this in other problem areas they have across the city. This is a citywide problem, of course. We've reported many times on the problems on the Downs. Where do people go in 7 days is another question entirely. Some may be tempted to go to the Downs. They may go to other quiet roads. They won't all go away from the city and solve the council's problems overnight. This is a 5-year plan, and it feels though it could take those 5 years to solve it when you think about it. The City Council wedding their plans to these meanwhile pitches, these sites. They're hoping to get 250 of them by the spring, but there are some 600, 700 vehicles and people who need placements. It's a really difficult problem to solve. There is some sympathy with those people on both sides. It's a problem that can't really satisfy everyone, but that's the council's conundrum. And
they need them before the spring as well, don't they?
They do.
Yeah.
Difficult and divisive. Richard, thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
So those are people up in fish ponds in Bristol, mostly as enforcement action is served on Bristol van dwellers. Well, it's not actually yet quite, so they've got a little bit of time, and they could also possibly take the council to court. We will see. Anyway, ethnic cleansing, social cleansing, whatever you want to call it, that's what it is. No one's allowed to be for free. You've got to be registered to be alive. So this is council tax is effectively a kind of life tax, isn't it? Businesses don't pay it. Many businesses don't even pay business rates, actually. But if you're alive and you are living anywhere which is not being moved day to day to day, you've got to pay council tax, £2,000 minimum. That's the way they're trying to do it. Now, this is all brought in by Margaret Thatcher. And of course, we've also heard, if you remember from previous weeks, Acorn has been saying, well, if people don't pay their council tax, a local campaigning group, the council are not going to send bailiffs to try and get the money back from them. So everything's a real mess around council tax, isn't it? So on to Gaza now, and that's a sort of way of saying this is oppressed people of the world, as the Bristol City Council gives planning permission for these massive Zionist Israeli companies to build massive student flats here. Meanwhile, over in Gaza, Chris Gunness, who used to be the UNRWA chief spokesman, gives us a very good summary of why you should never ever put up with anybody that says that what's going on in Palestine is not a genocide. And this comes as loads of these organisations that have been giving aid to the Palestinians have just been banned by the Israelis. So it's even more of a genocide because of that. And we'll be hearing some music, by the way, halfway through in our break, also about Gaza. So anyway, here's Chris Gunness, always very good in explaining what's going on, former UNRWA chief spokesman.
Israel's sustained and systematically orchestrated assault on the Gaza Strip now has a name: the Palestinian genocide. The newly published report by the UN's Independent Commission of Inquiry is unequivocal. Israel is engaged in genocide against the Palestinian people. From now on, the name of the world's newest genocide, the Palestinian genocide, must be hammered into the discourse, boldly used, unapologetically and without fear, never forgotten. To do otherwise is genocide denial, an insult to the memory of the tens of thousands of Gazans who have been killed in what we now have a solid legal basis to call the Palestinian genocide. The Commission gathered 16,000 pieces of evidence covering the period 7 October 2023 to 31 July 2025. It reached its landmark conclusion by investigating 4 of the 5 genocidal acts defined in the 1948 Genocide Convention. Israel was determined to have engaged in all 4 of these genocidal acts as a matter of state policy. On the first, killing members of the group, the Commission concluded that over 60,000 were killed, including nearly 10,000 women and over 18,000 children. On average, 1 child is killed every hour in Gaza. As of May 2025, Israeli intelligence officials listed 8,900 militants from Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad as dead or possibly dead. Given that by this date 53,000 Palestinians had been killed, Israel was making a public admission that 83% of its victims were civilians. Hundreds of journalists have been deliberately targeted. 13 every month on average have been killed in Israel's ongoing attempt to hide from the world the truth of the Palestinian genocide. As for those striving to mitigate its humanitarian impact, Gaza has become the deadliest place in the world for aid workers. 540 have been killed, including 373 UN staff, mainly UNRWA, and 167 NGO workers. And so I turn to the second category of acts that make up the Palestinian genocide, causing serious bodily or mental harm. As of July 30, 2025, according to the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, the number of people injured in Gaza stood at 146,269. UNICEF says the total of children injured between 7 October 2023 and March 2025 is over 34,000. According to OCHA, Gaza is home to the largest cohort of child amputees in modern history, many deliberately targeted. The Commission found that Israel's use of lethal weapons had resulted in long-term, life-changing, debilitating injuries, including loss of limb, traumatic brain injuries, and damaged internal organs. The consequences of this have been compounded by the lack of functioning health infrastructure. 94% of Gaza's hospitals have been damaged or destroyed. There have been frequent reports of limbs being amputated without anaesthetics and women giving birth by caesarean section unanaesthetised. According to the UN Commission, 1.9 million people have been displaced, most on average at least 6 times, some as many as 19 times. In June 2024, UNICEF stated that almost all of Gaza's 1.2 million children need mental health support. According to the Israeli authorities, more than 4,500 Palestinians in Gaza have been arrested, many transferred to facilities inside Israel in violation of the Geneva Conventions. The UN Commission received numerous reports of detainees, including children, being stripped, blindfolded, kicked, beaten, sexually assaulted, raped and subjected to death threats and other forms of physical and psychological torture. I now turn to the third category of genocidal acts under the Genocide Convention, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Almost immediately after the 7 October attack, the Israeli authorities announced a total siege on Gaza. In December 2023, OCHA described the humanitarian situation as apocalyptic. Ladies and gentlemen, the number of bombs dropped on Gaza is extraordinary, even in comparison with major world conflicts. One military source told the Commission, Israel was dropping on Gaza in less than a week what the United States dropped on Afghanistan in a year, in a much smaller, much more densely populated area. Credible comparisons have been made between Gaza and Hiroshima in relation to the amount of civilian infrastructure destroyed, about 70%. Israel has systematically destroyed Gaza's farmland, Ground troops have demolished greenhouses. Bulldozers have toppled orchards, ploughed out crops and crushed the soil. Israeli planes have sprayed herbicides over the fields. Before October 2023, about 40% of Gaza's land was farmed. Last month, the UN reported that just 1.5% of Gaza's agricultural land now remains accessible and undamaged. That's roughly 200 hectares to feed over 2 million people. Ecocide goes hand in hand with genocide.
From Double Down News, that's Chris Gunness. Full version of that will be up on our show page later at thisweek.org.uk. Yes, it's genocide. Anyway, on to Greenland. Donald Trump is saying he wants to invade Greenland. My own opinion is that he's getting fed up with the Europeans because they just insist on keeping this Ukraine war going, and he wants to trade with the Russians and he wants to stop it. So we shall see what's really going on in Greenland. You won't find the Liberal Democrats being very sympathetic to his threats to Europe. And I mean, I look at these things and I think, well, he's just kicking Europe. Why? Well, the answer is probably Ukraine. Is he really going to invade Greenland? I don't think so. But Ed Davey seems to take it very, very seriously, the Lib Dem leader at Prime Minister's Questions this week.
Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We remember how Tony Blair ignored warnings from these benches and tied himself to an unpopular American president and a disastrous foreign policy, while close allies like Canada and France looked on in horror. With Donald Trump increasingly acting like a crime boss running a protection racket, threatening to smash up our economy unless he gets his hands on Greenland, will the Prime Minister avoid Blair's historic mistake, take our advice this time, and join Prime Minister Carney and President Macron in standing up far more strongly to President Trump?
Prime Minister.
Well, he clearly isn't listening. I said I will not yield on the principles and values that I uphold, this country upholds in relation to the future of Greenland. But the relationship with the US matters, especially on defence, security and intelligence and nuclear capability, also on trade and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, whilst he's trying to get sound bites, we mustn't forget a war is raging in Europe. It is in its 4th year. The Russians are raining bombs down on Ukrainian civilians day and night. Temperatures were minus 20 in Kyiv last night. 60% is without power. People are erecting tents to keep themselves warm. We have to work with our allies, including the US, on security guarantees to make sure we can do what we must do in relation to Ukraine. Now, that does not mean we agree with the US on everything. And I've been absolutely clear on my position on Greenland and my position on tariffs. But it is foolhardy to think that we should rip up our relationship with the US, abandon Ukraine, and so many other things that are important to our defence, security and intelligence.
So I wonder what you make of Greenland. Funny, isn't it? It's just been amazing, really, particularly because our old friend Torstein Vidal from the Anders Behring Breivik coverage we did when there was that massacre on Utoya Island of the young socialist groups from Oslo that went out for a camp, and this guy just started killing them all. Well, he did kill them all. He was a Freemason, so they said he was a lone person or a lone wolf, whatever. No, of course he wasn't. What about all the other people in his Masonic lodge? What about, I mean, this is a secret organisation, and you're saying he's in it, and you're saying he's a loner? Rubbish. But what Torstein did is explained how in his manifesto, which I suppose some people read thoroughly, Torstein did, he's both a Zionist and a Nazi. So he supports Hitler and he supports Netanyahu. He thinks they're all kind of one and great. But anyway, so let's just do a major feature now. This is for half an hour. Our man in Greenland, good old Torstein Vidal, explaining pretty much everything about life in Nuuk. About 60,000 people live in Greenland. How he ended up living there. And when I phoned him up, the first thing I said was, how did you know? Because suddenly Greenland's become like, the centre of the news for a couple of weeks now. But here's Torstein explaining what he thinks has been going on. Also, he talks quite a lot about his research into the changing climate. He's somewhere in between a climate denier and a climate nut. Actually rather sensible, has a rather sensible take on it. I think you'll agree. And also I asked him about those hydrogen bombs that the Americans lost at the, now we know how to pronounce it. Thank you very much. I mean, I wasn't actually sure, but you call it Tula. That's the base. And of course the Nazi organisation, the Aryan Society, which is very difficult to go and check up on what they were doing because they were up in Iceland, or no, not, sorry, Iceland, Greenland, or else the north of Norway, is Tula, the Tula Society, which was so much a part of the origins of the Nazi mythos, you know, this kind of crazy thing about, the Germans are just a great, you know, the Aryan master race and all this sort of thing that was cooked up in the 1920s and 1930s. Anyway, look, over to Torstein. Take it away, our man in Greenland.
I'm Torstein Vidal, and I go by Going South on the interwebs. I'm a podcaster with Extinctionati, which started during the pandemic, back in the heyday, and I'm also a writer, and I've been just having one winter of writing in Greenland since 9 years ago, right? So I initially just went up here for a winter, but then it kind of grew on me, so I've been in Nuuk, Greenland, since 2017.
Maybe you'd like to say something about your, I mean, obviously you're from Norway originally. Why you decided, I mean, many Norwegians will be thinking, let's go somewhere warmer, but you went somewhere colder.
Yeah, it's kind of inspired by Norwegian guys like Ibsen and Hamsun, other writers, right? And they would always sit down in Rome or on the Riviera or whatever when they were in exile. So I was thinking about that many years ago, and I thought, I'd like to do that as well, but I wouldn't want to be in a very warm or very hot place. Obviously, after having been on holiday to Greenland, it's kind of grew on me the idea to just be an emigrated writer person, but in a more suiting climate for me, at least. It's like the same as my daddy. He didn't like the heat either, so I'm kind of working better when it's chill around me, and I don't even have to pay for air conditioning, right? It's just to open the window.
Well, can you just say something about heating? It's obviously quite a big thing, and you're kind of still in winter there. Is it, is there any sun?
It's very, very dark for very many hours. But today we actually had some cold after, January of 2026 so far has been above zero, above freezing in Nuuk anyway. So it's not like it's the coldest place in Europe. It's actually one of the warmest capitals in Europe this winter, I think.
You're telling me Nuuk is one of the warmest capitals in Europe? No.
Actually, yeah.
No, surely not. I mean, I mean, okay. So, what part of the year is it icy, snowy there?
It's in the winter, but on the 4th, I think, of January, we had 11.3 degrees above zero here, and that's warmer than the average temperature in July. So it's like as warm as on the warmest day in summer.
Why is that?
I think it's just kind of chaotic weather systems. We also had that on winter solstice when I was celebrating that 4 or 5 years ago. We had like 14 degrees or something on the 21st of December plus, right? So it's weird, yeah.
Well, yeah, okay, maybe it's wind currents or something. Doesn't sound quite right. Anyway, what's your, because I know you do with Going South a lot. You're looking at climate a lot, and there are sort of various views on this. Some are quite extreme, that the ice caps are going to melt, the glaciers are all going to melt, the sea levels are going to rise, and there are also some who say there's nothing really going on. I think my position is, I've in my lifetime seen our winters get much milder to the extent where, for example, this winter we've had pretty much no snow here in Bristol, which would be completely unheard of when I was at school. Always there was, sometimes weeks and weeks of ice and snow. So clearly something's going on. What's your take?
Yeah, Greenland has ice that fell as snow over 1 million years ago, over 1 million winters ago. And if it all goes, it will raise sea levels 8 meters. And I asked the AI how many cities and towns would be submerged with those 8 meters, and that's like thousands of towns across the planet.
Yeah, but is it going to happen? This is the point. What do you think?
Yeah, it's now 25 years ago that we passed the ice sheet tipping point for Greenland, which is sort of an open secret. They don't want to talk about it, and my kind of hunch is that all of this brouhaha about invading or buying Greenland is kind of a cover-up of the fact that we lost all control of the melting process, and we're sort of long past, quarter century past the point where we can actually stop it or slow it down. It's just self-perpetuating, as they say.
Yeah, well,
you
are in Nuuk, it's not even in the Arctic Circle, is it? So you're probably somewhere like, isn't it roughly the same sort of latitude as Bergen or somewhere like that? Have you actually been up north at all in Greenland? I wonder, is there much transport when to the really icy places?
I have been up north. I've been to Ilulissat, which is a town that is named for the icebergs. It actually means the place with the icebergs, and that's where you have Jacob's Haven Glacier, which is the most iceberg producing glacier tongue in the northern hemisphere. So it's sort of the most, it churns out the most icebergs in cubic kilometers north of Antarctica, right? And it's a fantastic place. My first town in Greenland as a tourist. And when I came there 9 years ago, it was the town had more dogs than it had human inhabitants. But that's changed now due to the ice conditions. So now they only have dogs because they need them for transport and for hunting and going on sled tours for fishing and hunting and stuff. And when there's no sea ice to travel on anymore, they kind of sell off the dogs and buy a boat instead. So that's kind of the change that we've seen over the past decade up there.
Well, look, there's another side to all of this climate stuff, and that is the solutions which are being so-called. I mean, we're talking about things like the carbon credit system, the net zero programs. What do you think of the ideas that are being put forward as the so-called solution?
Well, all of that kind of feels like what we call too little, too late, and it feels like it's continuing to be mostly a hoax, like it was in the 1990s when me and lots of other Norwegian youth started out on this climate beat, right? You had Gro Brundtland and his kind of oily, slick politicians, and they'd talk up a good game about sustainability and whatnot. But what they did was actually to increase the oil and gas output from the North Sea, and they were just snakes, basically. And it's never improved. They've upped their talking game, but it's always kind of the wrong solution at the wrong time or in the wrong century for doing anything. So you really gotta if you're gonna do something, you kind of have to do it in time, right? It's like if you have a child which is on the premises on the tip of a hill or a fall, right? Yeah, you gotta run over to that child and grab it before it falls off the cliff, because that's, you can You can run and have a nice photo finish, grab and stuff all you want, and take as many takes as you want. 10 or 15 years after you lost your child, but it's not good. And every normal person understands this, that you have kind of a deadline for saving that child. you can't just choose to do another take after it falls off. Right?
No,
it's the
no.
same way
Look,
with
I mean, the thing is, though,
policies.
we can complain about this, and many people do all the time. But what can be done now in order to either reverse or what? Are there any solutions, or is it just a totally bleak message you have?
It's kind of the same message as Joy Division and other post-punk guys had in the 1970s and 80s. It's like we're already a fallen society and a fallen kind of civilization, and the decay is here. It's not really new to the people of my generation anyway. It's bleak, it's Joy Division, it's grunge, and it's punk, basically.
So there's no way to stop the rot?
No, but we can write some nice poems about it and do some great music, and there's lots to take from, I think.
Well, look, I mean, Joy Division is not everyone's flavour. All I'll say, it's one of those things I dipped into when I was around about 18, 19. It's just a bit dark. Of course, the lead singer, he threw himself off the cliff, never mind fell. Ian Curtis, I think was his name. But look, at the end of the day, we do need to know a certain amount what to do. And what evidence would you put forward that the changes in the climate we're seeing are man-made?
Well, we have of course the climate science that everybody talks about and links to, etc. And if you read that, let's say if you read that with the truth in mind, with kind of a detective Sherlock Holmes kind of mindset, right? You will see that some people are doing sort of the primary science, and they get to these and these conclusions about passing the tipping points for the permafrost, for the sea ice, for the inland ice and stuff. And then you have other people who are editors of the IPCC reports and stuff, and the senators in America and whatnot, and they really want a reality in which a vote for their party is going to solve it. And I'm sorry I have to tell those people who believe that it's not that sort of a problem, and you can't just create, even though I'm a writer myself, I'm a creative writer myself, but you can't really, as a politician, create the climate situation that suits your needs for votes, for climate votes or whatever. So it's a different kind of beast. It's a beast which is more like the horse in the beating the dead horse metaphor, I think, right?
Yeah, flogging a dead horse. But are there any particular climate scientists you point to as you think are really robust?
Oh, I would say, being in Greenland, I kind of like Jason Box. I think Jason Box is doing a good job. He works on the inland ice sheet itself, and does some stuff with planting trees in South Greenland. And the other guy would be, I think he's called Ortun or something. He's an oceanographer from Norway, and he's one of the guys who are dethroning the people who believe a new ice age is coming to London and Amsterdam, right? The aim of collapse people from Germany. So this Ortun guy and other Norwegian oceanographers have found that actually the Gulf Stream is increasing. It's increasing, it's warmer, it's saltier than it was, and It's not going to collapse anytime soon, and even if it did, you wouldn't have minus 20 in London and Amsterdam. That's kind of BS.
So, I mean, isn't it possible that the world is just going through a change cycle of some sort? I mean, this is obviously, we know about the Ice Age, for example. These things have happened in the past, and not necessarily thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago.
Well, 2 million years ago, we had elephants in northeast Greenland, right? And if you go 30 million years ago, we had crocodiles and palm trees in South Greenland. So clearly things have happened before, and we are going through some very, very dramatic stuff now, which is kind of dramatic only if you have a computer and some graph paper, because it's not happening in Hollywood kind of speed, right? It's not very fast for a human being, but it's much, much faster than climate warming has been through the millennia, I believe.
Yeah. So, do you think we will in our lifetime see, catastrophic changes, like, for example, inability to grow crops and this sort of thing?
Yeah, and that's kind of the key thing. The crop thing and the agriculture collapse is kind of the key reason why we say that within 2 decades, 25 years tops, there will be a global civilization collapse, and it will have everything to do with the food base for human societies, right? And I'm not one of those people who believe our species is going extinct, because I think that's a pretty hard nut to crack. I think we will prevail. It will just be a case of going back to picking berries or seashells or fishing, or eking out an existence in the forests or whatever. So that we call that a bottleneck, and that is something that our species, together with all the other species, is going to have to go through. And whether or not you come through the bottleneck is determines whether or not there will be, let's say, horses and dogs and cats and humans and other animals afterwards.
Well, because Bill Gates, I think it is actually in Greenland, isn't it? He's got his little store of all of these various different plant seeds in case things start going extinct.
Maybe you're confusing that with Svalbard. I think it's the Doomsday Vault in Svalbard.
Oh, right. Where's that?
Svalbard, Longyearbyen is a Norwegian slash
right,
Russian
it's in Norway. Okay.
island. To the east, it's you have the Fram Strait, which is the sea between Greenland and the Svalbard, so it's to the right of Greenland. So, yeah.
Anyway, look, you're in Nuuk, which has kind of suddenly become, well, not quite suddenly, because it's been bumbling on for a few years now, but back in the spotlight, in the headlines around the world. The whole world knows about Greenland. I'm just wondering, I mean, I think your population is only around about 60,000, and you're quite a large island, a big island. Can you say what the reaction has been like in Nuuk to all of the threats by Donald Trump?
Well, it's kind of a wag dog type situation, right? And people are rightly fed up with all the journalists and all the TV cameras in their faces and all the questions every day of what they think or what they feel. My impression is that people will just want to go back to living their lives and being a Greenlandic family or whatever. We don't really want to be the center of attention. I think in that way they're much like
choice.
Norwegians.
You've got no choice. The trouble is the whole world suddenly noticed Greenland and talking about it.
Well, there has been reports that a lot of children are having trouble sleeping, through these weeks, and that's kind of what I'm thinking now. What triggers me, that please just, leave these people alone. And we didn't ask for this. And also, I think it's basically a tempest in a teapot situation. And no one crumbed the hair on anyone's head yet. Nobody is walking through the streets with a black eye. There's been no fighting whatsoever. And there was some people comparing us with Gaza, which I thought was totally ludicrous, to compare nuke with Gaza. That means you are denying sort of the Holocaust or the genocide down there. So I do have the feeling that BBC and others just sent their teams up here to film and ask everybody and do background footage, filming and stuff, while there's not really anything happening here.
No,
right?
well,
it's just
do you think Trump
nice
is serious
excuse
or
to
not?
travel. I think he's serious about wanting to be the center of attention. He wants to be sort of the interesting, what they say in the advertisements these days, I want to be the most dangerous person in the room or whatever. I don't know what that means. But I think he's serious in the sense that he wants to be seen as a person who might do this kind of thing, but is not ultimately not going to do it. And even if he would do it, the question is, what would do it mean, right? How do you bomb Greenland into compliance? It's not really possible to imagine what he would do. And if he, quote unquote, did it, how hard would it be to undo it? Let's say a year later, would anyone even notice that he had done it? And there's also the fact that he and his country has every right to expand and start using the old U.S. bases, right? The old naval bases and military bases, and to reopen them, set up new satellite dishes, whatever. Nobody is stopping him, so he doesn't really need what he's asking for.
Interesting.
Anyway,
I mean, this is not so well known, is it? That the Americans do have maybe you could give us the right pronunciation, Thule Air Base in Greenland. And I was also amazed to see last week that in the 1960s there was an American bomber with several nuclear bombs on it that crashed in Greenland. So, I mean, it doesn't seem to me as if the Greenland people or the Danes have really been stopping the Americans operating there.
No, you're right. They lost a hydrogen bomb on the sea ice up there by the Thule base, and we have this agreement, this base agreement, since 1951. So it's almost older than my mother. So yeah, it's like everything is there for the taking if they want to do it. So that's kind of why I'm thinking of the movie Wag the Dog, where everything is sort of made in the studio and nothing is really happening on the ground in Albania, I think is in the film. So I think it does want to accomplish things with it, maybe annoying the EU leaders, whatever.
Well, no. It's interesting you say that, because that would make sense. What we've seen, of course, is Trump trying to put an end to the Ukraine war. At least he does genuinely seem to want to do that. And it's been the British, the French and others, and particularly von der Leyen and the EU, have been stopping him doing that. So, I mean, could it be as simple as that he's asked his people now, how can I kick back at the Europeans? This is one way he can do that, isn't it?
I think so. And if you look at how Mette Frederiksen in Denmark, for instance, she is really, really furious and has been for a year or so. And I'm kind of warming up to her, and I feel like the unity between Greenlanders and Danes now has been quite heartwarming, I think, because it's only one thing to do, and it's to close the ranks and have a common front against this. We absolutely don't want anything to happen, and buying us won't ever happen, and invading us, that's a farewell to NATO, basically. So I do get why she's furious. It's just I think he's kind of playing this so-called 5D chess, right? So he makes everybody think he's going to do a move in Greenland, and the way he's going to win or accomplish what he wants or whatever is based on how other nations will react to what they believe he's going to do. So I think he will probably get what he set out to get, but that something is not going to be Greenland. I'm pretty sure of that.
Well, look, what you're hinting at is that any thoughts of independence of Greenland from Denmark have been just forgotten for now. That sounds quite sensible. But is there such a thing? Is there a movement for independence in Greenland?
Absolutely. And the Independence Party actually doubled their representative numbers in the latest election in March last year. So they are improving in elections, and it's just that the timeline or the time scale that Donald Trump wants to act on is just too fast for any comfort for the process of liberating Greenlanders from the old colonial power, Denmark, right? You had Iceland was the latest one to leave Denmark in 1944, and before that Norway left it in 1814 after the Napoleon Wars. But Norway was sold to Sweden, which is another story. But there is an independent process, and every last party in the Greenland Parliament is for independence. It's just a matter of how soon and how fast and under what terms, right? Because we're kind of divorcing one of the best societies in the world when it comes to healthcare and education, that kind of stuff, right? So it's not like they want to say hasta la vista this weekend or whatever. It's a nice country to be in a community with. Denmark. No one could convince me otherwise. So they just want to do it in their own time, at their own speed, and I'm sure they will have, or we will have independence somewhere further down the line. But this sort of madness with America it's actually set it back a bit, because there has been working groups and stuff which have done practically nothing, or has been set up just to sort of to slow down the process and stuff, and that's been documented by social scientists from Copenhagen. So it has worked to slow down the independence process, but I think that will go ahead anyway. It's kind of, the worst case scenario here is not to stay in a peaceful union with Denmark. The worst case is to have sort of American Yankees in uniform patrolling the streets and stuff. That's what we don't want.
No. Well, I think the people in Minneapolis, for example, would say the same sort of thing. We would rather the federal troops would just go away. I mean, this is a funny one for NATO, isn't it? I mean, I don't know if what's supposed to happen if one NATO country attacks another.
No, that's and I'm pretty sure my co-host on the Extinctionality podcast would cheer for NATO evaporating over this. That's
they've kept very quiet. They've been keeping very quiet.
that's where we come from as anti-war and peaceniks and stuff. So if Greenland could help NATO to evaporate, that would be nice. I think.
That would be wonderful. Yeah. Listen, man.
As long as it doesn't physically harm or scare the bejesus out of the kids who live here, right? Because people's mental well-being is also a matter here, I think.
Yeah. Just to finish up on your going south at your podcast, I mean, we did discuss, I think last year sometime, this lady that set off to sail between the Arctic Circle and the north of Russia. I think it's called the Kara Sea, the Laplev Sea, which is it's theoretically possible to sail across the top from Norway, Sweden, Murmansk, right the way down to the Bering Straits to Alaska over the top there, but she didn't make it.
Yeah, that was quite a disappointment, I think, because, and I don't know what kind of expert she is on the ice conditions, but I felt that she stopped when she didn't really have to stop, like in the middle of August, whatever. Even though you kind of over the top with the melting, etc., in mid-September, especially these Siberian oceans that you mentioned, they stay open for 2 or 3 months more, right? It would be absolutely no problem to complete the first ever circumnavigation of the North Pole, as she set out to do in her sailboat. So that what she did instead was to simply park her sailboat up in Alaska on some tiny island and fly back, and then she'll fly back up there next June, I think, and then carry on, which is sort of, I wouldn't be proud of doing a circumnavigation in 2 years. But I think that's silly. The reason she gave for stopping, for calling it a day, calling it a year, whatever, it was that she had heard from the authorities on the Russian side about ice and rumors of ice, sort of possible ice that will come in 3 weeks, whatever. And she stopped her attempt based on prognosis, which I would never do that. I would just power on and sail through like Nansen or Amundsen or these guys, right? It's like we have a saying: if you're jumping on skis, then jump, right? Shit or get off the pot.
Yeah.
Basically.
Well, I mean, listen, some of them came to a sticky end, didn't they?
Absolutely. People have died on the ice and met polar bears and fallen into cracks and stuff. So who am I to say anything about that? It was just, I met this sailor last June, and we had dinner at a gourmet restaurant here and stuff. So I was kind of drawn into it. It piqued my curiosity, and I was following it every day. So I was just, last the summer that was the absolute least sea ice we've had on record since 1979. So if she would do it in a year, it would absolutely have been 2025. And it was just clean sailing, no ice, all the way home.
How far did she get? How far, in a sort of percentage?
She got halfway. I would say halfway, right? You sail the Northwest Passage in the Canadian archipelago, and you get to the west coast of Alaska, then you're halfway. And I think she could have completed it like 4 or 5 weeks after that if she had just powered on. But that's just me.
Well, there's a challenge for us all still sitting there. Okay, anyway, Torstein, do you want to just give the listeners links to your podcast and explain how they can follow you if they'd like to?
People are familiar with Extinction Rebellion, so our podcast is called Extinctionati. That's ATI on the end there. And we are on Substack, and we are on Apple Podcasts, We are on YouTube, Rumble, all of that, right? So if you Google it, you will find it, or use another search engine, as you always say, Tony. And we meet every Wednesday, and you can listen to us and even join us. You can be on the podcast and talk with us, have conversations with us.
Yeah, and follow you at Going South.
I'm Going South at on YouTube and on X. On X is Ice Going South, because Going South was taken by somebody else.
Torstein Vidal in Nuuk in Greenland. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you, Tony.
Our man in Greenland, Torstein Vidal, there on life in Nuuk, the lost Tula, US hydrogen bombs, and of course Donald Trump. So after the break, we'll be going straight to the World Economic Forum and getting an introduction to what the WEF is all about from Dan Dix.
You can tell the nations about that. Tell them what the Master has done. Tell them that the gospel has come. Tell them that the victory has been won. He brought joy, joy, joy into my heart. Oh, you. And tell the world about this. You can tell the nations about that. Tell them what the Master has done. Tell them that the gospel has come. Tell them that the victory's been won. He brought joy, joy, joy into my heart.
But the Lord, He spoke to me. Yes, He did. Yes, He did. Told about a man from Galilee. Yes, He did. Yes, He did. But the Lord, He spoke so well. Yes, He did. Yes, He did. Told about the heart that flaming hell. Yes, He did. Yes, He did. I don't know, but I've been told. Yes, He did. Yes, He did. Drink in heaven and paint the gold. Yes, He did. Yes, He did. He brought joy, joy, joy into my heart. And tell the world about this. You can tell the nations about that. Tell them what the Master has done. Tell them that the gospel has come. Tell them that the victory's been won. He brought joy, joy, joy into my heart. But the Lord, He spoke to me.
Yes, He did. Yes, He did.
Told about a man from Galilee.
Yes, He did. Yes, He did.
But the Lord, He spoke so well.
Yes, He did. Yes, He did.
Told about the heart that flaming hell.
Yes, He did. Yes, He did. I don't know that I've been told. Yes, He did. Yes, He did.
Drink in heaven and paint the gold.
Yes, He did. Yes, He did. He brought joy, joy, joy into my heart. He brought joy. Oh, He brought joy into my heart.
Paranoid man and headquarters at the height of paranoia and the zenith of his powers. By bed, replica, shooter, zenith dissolving. By his bed, replica, shooter. Paranoid man in his early 30s. And the zenith of his powers. When girls pass, puts head down in the street. His neighbors now are listening to this. Shakes in the chemist will bang his bits. Puts his head down when girls pass. Puts his head down when girls pass in the streets. shakes in the chemist. Paranoid now in his late 30s. 32, 45, reaches its summers. Male, mid 30s, white, paranoia. Goes down to the downs. Goes down to the downs. Going down fast. 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 No hebes, creepers, or hallucinogenics. It's the height of paranoia. Male, white, mid to late 30s. Serial number 54129. Going down fast. Goes down to the downs. Going down fast. Serial number 5129. Leather jackets, baggy black pants. Going down to the dance, very clever. Big doctors, paranoia man. Not as good as it was at 2:30 this afternoon. Nostalgia, spangles, late mid-30s, paranoia man, going down to the dance, going down to the dance, and troops mental inertia, mid-30s man, in the grip of paranoia, just like I told you, prefers to karaoke. Shit, hot dollar man. His sky calendar bar home speculates.
There are currently 33 political prisoners for Palestine in UK jails, held without trial, accused of the compliment of trying to stop the Gaza genocide with their bare hands. History will absolve you and condemn the cause. For our brothers and sisters behind the wall, for our sisters and brothers that gave their all, for our brothers and sisters behind the wall, for our sisters and brothers that gave their all, for our brothers and sisters behind the wall, for the aunties and uncles now facing court, for the mothers and fathers awaiting calls. You will liberate our soul, we will vindicate you all.
Through it all, you stood tall. When cowards ran, you refused to fall. You changed the world with your hands. You changed this world. Bless your
You are the best of us, we wet for you, a symbol of collective love. The depths of you is special, precious metal that will never rust. You bled for us, shed for us, blood, tears, sweat for us, forever trust. You know the hidden truth of what the terror does is very strange. Many say you're freer than the rest best of us. Forget the judge you saw above the court. He could never touch, and this is why you sit inside. And killers ride in limos, drive their militarized lives. Got the nerve to say they're civilized. The fire in your eyes, the reason our spirits didn't die. The sinister crimes can't be legitimized by bitter lies. We kiss your hands. Your love's a river to a distant land. No prison can hold you in history. Your decision stands. Your key to the world with how deeply you felt. And energy and love they can't keep in a cell. There'll be space in the room when you're playing this tune. Cause with your two hands you wrote your names on the moon. For our brothers and sisters behind the wall. For our sisters and brothers that gave their all. For our brothers and sisters behind the wall. For our sisters and brothers that gave their all. For our brothers and sisters behind the wall. For the aunties and uncles now facing court. For the mothers and fathers awaiting calls. You will liberate us all, we will vindicate you all.
Through it all, you stood tall. When cowards ran, you refused to fall. You changed the world with your hands. You changed this world. Bless your
You are the best of us. When freedom comes, your souls they will never crush. You meant to us and mean to us a strength that can sever cuffs. I bet it does, I bet it will. A love they can never kill. You rebelled for us and used your two hands to express your love. We look to you, learn from you how to refuse the servitude. You nurtured youth in truth that will emerge to soothe and nurture wounds. The kids will lead in synergy to victory. You live to see the prison keeps you physically, but spiritually you still are free. Tell the television terrorism's not a song or music. They just blew a baby to bits like he wasn't human. The criminals are not the ones saying stop the shooting. The criminals are the ones in the prosecution. Key to the world with how deeply you felt. And energy and love they can't keep in a cell. There'll be space in the room when you're playing this tune. Cause with your two hands you wrote your names on the moon. For our brothers and sisters behind the wall. For our sisters and brothers that gave their all. For our brothers and sisters behind the wall. For our sisters and brothers that gave their all. For our brothers and sisters behind the wall. For the aunties and uncles now facing court. For the mothers and fathers awaiting calls. You will liberate us all, we will vindicate you all.
Through it all, you stood tall. When cowards ran, you refused to fall. You changed the world with your hands. You changed this world. Bless your hands.
I know that one day soon a song shall rise. You'll hear it with the sleep still in your eyes. You'll wake into a brand new day. Can you hear bells ringing, voices singing far away? A time when every man will be as one. A time to reach right out and touch the sun. Come the day. Freedom still a thought within your mind. The fleeting thing that some may never find. It may be still a million miles away. Can you hear bells ringing, voices singing far away? A time to live without doubt or fear. Welcome to the happy world that will be here. Come the day. The trumpets of war will cease to blow. A sound I hope that we may never know. We're waiting for the day. Can you hear bells ringing, voices singing far away? Lift up your voices and sing this song. Let the whole world hear it loud and strong. Can you hear bells ringing, voices singing far away?
So that was the Seekers, and actually we started with the Seekers too, didn't we? That was 1966 and Come the Day. And we started with You Can Tell the World from 1965. The reason I put I don't often play two songs by one artist, but haven't the Australians done an amazing job in banning social media for under 16s? I mean, I think they've done a brilliant job. They're setting an example to the whole world, just as the Seekers were there with their wonderful songs. And, the social media companies, quite obviously, are trying to get under the skin of the kids. We've seen this again and again with suicides. There's this court case in the United States at the moment about the guy who actually got hold of all of the things that the AI had been saying to his, I think it was ChatGPT, not sure, to his son, that persuaded him to commit suicide. I mean, this is just so evil. It's really, really awful. And if kids are lonely, they're going to pick up on, or if they're isolated or whatever, pick up on this social media stuff and can be groomed. Shami McBagan was groomed. She could be coming back soon, by the way, by Canadian intelligence on Facebook, almost certainly Facebook. And then, of course, as soon as she turns up in Istanbul to be trafficked down to become an ISIS bride, all disappears. Oh, no, sorry, there's nothing there anymore. It's gone. So social media has been totally abused, and it's lovely to see the Australians doing something about it. Well done, Aussies. So then after that we had Paranoid Man from 1993, from The Fall. A wonderful, it's one of the last, that was kind of when some of the last really good, I love that song, music comes out. Then we heard something a bit different from 20 years before that, 72, the Pathfinders theme. This is an amazing series. I remember watching children's TV as a kid when we got home from school, and it was just a brilliant portrayal of the Second World War. Obviously, these people are bombing, quite often innocent people, but of course, you're fighting the Nazis. And I think what it did, what the series, the Pathfinder series did, you can still get it on DVD. I think it's 2 sets or something, 1 box set or whatever. Is it just takes you through some of the nuances of what it was actually like for those to suddenly lose loved ones all the time. Also, differences of opinion about the tactics in the Royal Air Force and the Bomber Command. Fighter Command's another story, really. This whole thing of trying to stop the Germans getting air superiority in 1940. But anyway, that's the Pathfinders theme. I think an excellent series from 1972. Low Key, after that we hear The Best of Us. Now he's talking obviously about the hunger strikers, who are now finished their hunger strike, but they're still the best of us. And that's just out. So over to the World Economic Forum, Davos, where no protesters go because it's far too cold and far too expensive to book a single hotel room for one night. Dan Dix is one of the best people to, I think, to have a look at this, because he's one of these Bilderberg followers. He very much understands how these sort of guys operate.
It's that time of year again, folks. The 2026 Davos Circus is underway. The annual gathering of the world's most powerful puppets and predators, where the elite plot our future behind closed doors, all while pretending to save us all. These jet-setting saviors of humanity are back in their Swiss snow globe, virtue signaling about the planet, while the rest of us peasants watch in disbelief. The clown show is in full swing, folks, and oh man, is it ever a master class in elite hypocrisy and doom-mongering. First up, we have the WEF puppet and Bilderberg insider Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, who steps up to the podium and warns of a world order rupture.
It seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Over the past 2 decades, a series of crises in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited. You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination.
That's right, folks. He flat out says that the old rules-based system is done, that it's fading away in this era of a great power rivalry. The strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must, and the middle powers better band together or get eaten. He's basically admitting that the whole globalist dream is fragile. And then he gets a standing ovation from the very crowd who's been engineering this mess for decades. Donald Trump caught his speech and then fired back with this.
We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
He's basically saying, don't bite the hand that feeds you. He wants everyone to believe that Canada's entire existence is subsidized by Uncle Sam's military umbrella and economic oxygen. A classic power play in this great game. Then you've got BlackRock CEO Larry Fink, the king of Davos himself, now the WEF co-chair. He admits the quiet part out loud, that the global elites have torched public trust, that Davos feels out of step, he says. An elite echo chamber in a populist world that's drowning in institutional distrust.
For many people, this meeting feels out of step with the moment. We hear all about the elites. And how does that play out in an age of populism? How does an established institution make a difference in an era of deep institutional mistrust? And there's some truth to the critique. I believe in this forum for a long time. I certainly wouldn't be leading this if I didn't believe that we can change and make the world better. But it's also obvious that the world now places far less trust in us to help shape what comes next. If the World Economic Forum is going to be useful going forward, it has to regain that trust.
Gee, I wonder why anyone would distrust them.
Actually, we penetrate the cabinets.
The change is not just happening. The change can be shaped by us. We have to prepare for a more angry world. How to prepare? Takes the necessary action to create a fairer world. I see the need for a great reset. So people assume we are just going back to the good old world which we had, and everything will be normal again. This is, let's say, fiction. It will not happen.
Make no mistake, folks, they do have a plan, and your best interests are definitely not at heart. By the way, let's not forget the real underbelly of Davos. While they're lecturing on inequality and ethics, prostitutes flood this town every year. Demand for sexual services skyrockets during the summit. Hundreds of high-end escorts at premium rates, sex parties, NDAs, trans workers, and BDSM requests. The elite here are preaching virtue by day, but the nights tell a totally different story. It's hypocrisy on full display. Meanwhile, independent journalists have been confronting the untouchables, like Justin Trudeau, Chrystia Freeland, and Eric Schmidt. I've personally confronted every one of these guys to their faces years ago, which went unnoticed. But now, these confrontations are going viral. As I recently said on X, I wish I could be there in Switzerland to cover Davos, but I don't have Ezra Rebel money and simply can't afford to be there. Again, I wish I could, but it is what it is. Then Randy Hillier chimed in saying, I'm sure if you called Ezra and promised that you would make a fool of yourself and get arrested, he would hire you and pay you to go. Also make sure to include a comment about Muslim terrorists. The headline writes itself. Free dicks in Davos. Sign the petition and contribute to free Dan. Pretty funny, but all joking aside, the mask is slipping. And the people are waking up. And the global elite can't continue to hide behind their private jets and their security anymore. They finally know that we're not buying the script. So keep watching, folks. And let's keep this pressure going. If you would like to support my efforts so I can cover events like these, I really do need your financial support. I have no corporate funding, no backers, and nobody telling me what I can or can't say or can't do. I rely 100% on the support to come directly from you, the viewers. So if you would like to help me moving forward to continue to do this important work, please check out pressfortruth.ca/donate, where you can contribute via PayPal, you can send Bitcoin, or you can sign up here or here for a monthly reoccurring contribution. You can also send an e-transfer to dan@pressfortruth.ca, or if you prefer to keep things old school, you can send a check or cash to my P.O. box, guys. Links for all of this are located in the description below. Thank you so much to everyone who does contribute. I can't continue to do this work without you. So thanks for watching, guys. Please make sure you share this video far and wide with the people who need to see it the most. Click that thumbs up button and leave a comment. It really does help with the algorithms that are designed to stop this type of information from being seen. And stay tuned, guys. I'm going to have more video reports coming soon, God willing. This is Dan Dix reporting for Press for Truth. We all want truth. The truth will set you free.
So that's Press for Truth, Dan Dix, who I meet up fairly regularly over the years. I have done at the Bilderberg meetings, doing his little piece on what's going on up in Davos, the World Economic Forum, of course, loving to just take over as they destroy democracy, local government, central government, bankrupt everything, infiltrate, take it over. Have contracts where the companies can get into government and make a mess of it. Things like the destruction of the post office by Fujitsu. This is World Economic Forum material. I know, let's just get in there and destroy it. Pretend we're helping them. So these poor naive people are signing contracts with private businesses to do public work so that those private businesses can destroy not only public services and government and elections and democracy, but the public too. So this is a really evil organisation, I would say a fascist organisation, corporate power and government power merged in the World Economic Forum. Thank you very much for that, Dan. Also, better let you know about the Bilderberg conference this year. It looks as if is going to be... Well, it's always interesting to try and figure this one out. Anyone listening out there, it's one of those... Yeah, let's find them. But it looks as if a friend of ours from Belgium, Italian guy, has got the dates as the 4th to the 7th of June, and at a hotel which is suddenly fully booked called the West Inn in Ottawa. Now that would make quite a lot of sense because, of course, this is Mark Carney country. It's been in Europe 3 years in a row, so usually it goes back to North America. So this makes sense, having Carney in charge, and maybe, you know, he's managed to swing his way into being the Canadian Prime Minister with the help of Bilderberg, because he's a major Bilderberger. Trump, by the way, is not a major Bilderberger. So let's hear from the commentary on the European Union and a bit of geopolitics here, because one of those sort of groups of people at the WEF are Macron and his friends. Now, apparently, 90% of the French population want to get rid of him. Probably roughly similar amount want to get rid of Starmer here. I'm sure it's not quite 90%, but maybe 70% of Russians want to keep Putin. They like him. They think he's doing a good job. So something's a little bit twisted here. But so let's have a listen to RT giving us a report. We're not getting this here about what's really going on with the French farmers, because Macron and the European Union have really made a mess of this. It's some sort of contract that they've got now with the Americas, where it's going to just basically sell the French farmers down the river. They know exactly what's going on, so they're causing as much trouble as they can right now. But anyway, here's Cyril Delattre explaining what's going on RT, banned in Britain.
Let's discuss this and more. Always great to welcome live into the studio geopolitical analyst Cyril
Dulatra. Cyril, thanks for your time.
Welcome.
Today. The US Treasury Secretary there taking a direct barb at Paris, saying that while Macron is trying to become almost like a Napoleon figure leading Europe's charge against American plans, look what's happening on the ground. Your own farmers are protesting and in some force. Does he have a point that issues are being ignored at home while the French leader is trying to get his name out there as a sort of leader of the free world?
Well, let's put it this way. Macron is hated by almost 90% of the French population. His domestic policy is doomed. The only way for Macron to exist is through the French foreign policy and the European Union. That's all. So is trying to blow in the wind as much as he can with his speech about China, about Russia, about unlawful intervention, whatever it is. But he's not even looking at what's happening inside his own country. The French government is absolutely incapable to produce any 2026 budget. They have to go through the article of the French Constitution 49-3 for this, because no one agrees and it's impossible. Nothing works. Absolutely nothing works. The French farmers' problem is linked to the Mercosur agreement that was signed by Ursula von der Leyen on the 17th of January, which is purely and simply condemning to death the French agricultural system due to the massive importation of South American product into the European Union, for which the European Union won't have the simplest means to check everything, because it's impossible. And the warning clause that Macron is speaking about, they are not even included into the agreement. This is just blowing in the wind and blowing in the face of the French farmers. So the only way for Macron to exist is foreign policy in which he understands nothing.
But there will be those who say, however, Cyril, that what's happening with farmers, okay, it's an issue, but it's a trifle concern compared to what would happen if the US annexes Greenland and takes over that resource-rich land. So domestic issues, they have to go to the side because this is more important.
Well, one has to look at the Greenland problem as not specifically Greenland, but directly the U.S. policy and what is called the MAGA doctrine is just a doctrine to hide another two doctrines that Trump is actively using. The first one is the Monroe Doctrine, called also Dunroe Doctrine, and the Wolfowitz Doctrine. And that's what's hidden behind MAGA. That's exactly this. Greenland, whatever happens, I mean, it's not the European Union, it's not the French, it's not the Belgium, it's not the British that are going to stop Trump if he wants to have feet on Greenland. Denmark, for example, has been heavily helped by the United States of America with the NSA, for example, because when the NSA was spying over Jacques Chirac, over Sarkozy and other presidents, everything was going out of Denmark. So whatever happens, this is Denmark, Greenland is just part of what Trump is applying through the Wolfowitz and the Monroe Doctrine.
Okay,
That's
so
all.
that reliance by Europe has gone so far that it's hard to come back on now. Can I just ask as well, Cyril, what's happening in Switzerland right now? And some of the comments, interesting at Davos, we have had Macron, we've had also Canada's leader calling what's happening now, quote, a world without rules, where international law is trampled and imperial ambitions are resurfacing. What's your take on that? What does that mean?
Well, you have two things, I guess. The first one that comes to my mind is accusatory reversal. Macron is accusing the rest of the world of doing partially what they are doing within the European Union, first. And the second part of the thing is linked to what I said just before. Trump, and I said this 2 years ago when Trump was running to become 47. And I said that if he was elected, then it would be the glitch within the Democratic Party and the neocons, and then he will apply is what he tried to apply during his first mandate when he was 45, to defend the vital national U.S. interests. Now, if you have been reading what was said in the document that was released in December, the SSN, Security Strategical document that was released, you can understand that this is exactly what he is going to do. Everything is linked all together. Now, the thing is that Trump is capable to go much, much, much further than what the European Union can do, because the European Union is completely weak and weakened by being the slavery of so many years of the United States dominancy.
Well, it just seems, though, the reaction from what do we call mid-level countries or something like that, it just seems as if a light bulb has just gone off in their head, thinking that, oh, okay, this is now the reality. But I put it to you that a lot of countries, particularly in the global south, have had to live with such a state of play for so long, that dominance, that might is right, that they've had to adjust, they've had to manipulate of sorts to stay alive, for survival. But now we have these countries, crying wolf about it. But it could be argued they helped create it.
Of course. What Macron has been doing for the past 10 years, he has been dismantling French industry. He has been dismantling and selling to the United States many of our golden assets, like the Arabelle turbine for the nuclear industry, for example, that we sold to the United States, including a huge corruption scandal that led to the death of and the killing of Olivier Marleix and Eric Gunness, by the way. He's been killing the agricultural industry by listening to the craziest Green Party from Germany. He almost killed also the nuclear power plant system in France. And now the Germans, they are even saying themselves, well, we made a mistake. We closed in everything. And then applying the globalist agenda from the World Economic Forum with the zero net carbon industry, which is absolutely unachievable. We're not even capable to build batteries for the electric cars and stuff like this. We have outsourced in different countries many things. Like, think about it. France is producing in India cell for the cell of the Rafale aircraft. We're not even capable to produce all this by ourselves. We've been dismantling absolutely everything. So now, what is the choice of France? They have lost everything in Ukraine because they know that the war for the Occident in Ukraine is lost. They have been the slaves of the United States and the globalism for so many years. They don't have any more industries, so they need the Chinese to come to invest in France. But who's going to come and invest in France or in the European Union? Let's take France, for example. We are the country in the European Union in which we are paying the most taxes. We are just engulfed with taxes. It's not interesting to have a company in France anymore. So they suddenly realized that the reality came back to our face at Mach 2, and now what the hell are we doing?
From RT, banned in Britain, that's Cyril de Latre, that's Cyrille de Latre, L-A-T-T-R-E, explaining a bit about Macron's lack of popularity and the way he's just seen over there, really. We don't understand, just maybe we do, but, a lot of us don't realise that so many of our European leaders are just hated by the population. 90% of French hate him. On to now the big speech by Donald Trump. He talks here about Greenland, the housing crisis, and also the deaths in Ukraine. It's a long speech, about, I think, 1 hour, 20 minutes or so it was. But I was very annoyed to hear that the BBC 5 Live just cut him off. Matt Chorley just, I want to just tell you what he's just said, blah, blah, blah. I was listening to it in the car. And, it's a stirring speech. It's an interesting speech. But no, 5 Live don't want you listening to the speech live. And just as Trump starts to talk about his coming to my main point now. So in comes the stupid voice of Matt Stupid, Chorley Stupid, going, it's enough of that. We've had enough now, haven't we? Just listen to me telling you what I think he said. No, Matt, and no, this is not what the radio's for. Now, I'm no fan of Trump, but you've got to listen to what the guy's saying. He's in a very powerful position, and also he makes some very good points here about the housing crisis. His take on Greenland is a little bit interesting, isn't it? But I mean, I honestly think he's just putting pressure on Europe via Greenland to try and stop the war in Ukraine. He's had enough of it. But here's a section of it. It's around about 15, 20 minutes of Trump's speech, which I think is some of the best.
It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired. There's nothing wrong with it. Many of them. Some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great, vast wealth, great, vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back where they started. That happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. And I've been a critic of NATO for many years. And yet I've done more to help NATO than any other president by far, than any other person. You wouldn't have NATO if I didn't get involved in my first term. The war with Ukraine is an example. We are thousands of miles away, separated by a giant ocean. It's a war that should have never started, and it wouldn't have started if the 2020 U.S. presidential election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. You can't have rigged elections. You need strong borders, strong elections, and ideally a good press. I always say it. Strong borders, strong elections, free, fair elections, and a fair media. The media is terrible. It's very crooked. It's very biased, terrible. But someday it'll straighten out because it's losing all credibility. Think of it. When I win in a landslide, a giant landslide, won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything, and I only get negative press. That means that it has no credibility. And if they're going to get credibility, they're going to have to be fair. So you need a fair press. But you also need those other elements. And I inherited a terrible, terrible situation. If you look, the border was open. The inflation was raging. Everything was bad with the United States when I came into office. But I also inherited a mess with Ukraine and Russia, something that would have never happened. And I know Putin very well. He and I would discuss Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything. I said, Vladimir, you're not doing it. He would never have done it. It was terrible what happened. I could see it happening, too. After I left, I could see it happening. Biden had given Ukraine and NATO $350 billion, a staggering sum, $350 billion. I came in, and just like the southern border, just like inflation, just like our economy, I said, wow, this place is in trouble, meaning our country. All of these things were out of control. But the border was out of control. We fixed it with the strongest border anywhere in the world. And I've now been working on this war for 1 year, during which time I settled 8 other wars. India, Pakistan. I settled other wars that were. Vladimir Putin called me, Armenia, Azerbaijan. He said, I can't believe you settled that one. They were going on for 35 years. I settled it in 1 day. And President Putin called me He said, you know, I can't believe I worked on that war for 10 years trying to settle it. I couldn't do it. I said, do me a favor, focus on settling your war. Don't worry about that one. What does the United States get out of all of this work, all of this money, other than death, destruction, and massive amounts of cash going to people who don't appreciate what we do? They don't appreciate what we do. I'm talking about NATO. I'm talking about Europe. They have to work on Ukraine. We don't. The United States is very far away. We have a big, beautiful ocean separating us. We have nothing to do with it. Until I came along, NATO was only supposed to pay 2% of GDP. But they weren't paying. Most of the countries weren't paying anything. The United States was paying for virtually 100% of NATO. And I got that stopped. I said, that's not fair. But then, more importantly, I got NATO to pay 5%, and now they were paying, and now they are paying. So something nobody said was possible. They said, we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to 5%, and now they're paying the 5%. They didn't pay the 2%, and now they're paying the 5%. And they're stronger for it, and they have an excellent, by the way, Secretary General, who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here? Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force, where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now. After I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so today, we have a budget of $1.5 trillion. We're bringing back battleships. The battleship is 100 times more powerful than the great battleships you saw in World War II, those great, big, gorgeous ships, the Missouri, the Iowa, the Alabama. Because I thought maybe we could take them out of mothballs. They said, no, sir, these ships are 100, think of that, 100 times more powerful than those big, magnificent pieces of art that you saw so many times ago, that you still see on television. You say, wow, what a force. 100 times, each ship 100 times more powerful than the big battleships of the past. So that was the end of the mothball story. So what we have gotten out of NATO is nothing except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never gotten anything, except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along. We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice. All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watch your Prime Minister yesterday, he wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements. What we did for Israel was amazing. But that's nothing compared to what we have planned for the United States, Canada, and the rest of the world. We are going to build a dome like no other. We did it for Israel. And by the way, I told Bibi, stop taking credit for the dome. That's our technology. That's our stuff. But they had a lot of courage, and they were good fighters, and they did a good job, and we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat like nobody can believe. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That, Venezuela, taking down Soleimani, wiping out al-Baghdadi when he tried to reinstitute ISIS. We did a lot. I did a lot of big things, all perfectly executed. Everyone was perfectly executed. Somebody told me that, a military expert told me, sir, everything you've done has been perfectly executed. I said, I know. So other presidents have spent, whether foolishly or not, trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO and gotten absolutely nothing in return. We've never asked for anything. It's always a one-way street. Now they want us to help them with Ukraine. And let me say, we're going to. I'm really helping, not even them. I want to see, last week, if you saw, it was 10,000 soldiers, but last month it was 31,000 soldiers died. 31,000. That's this room times, the number of people in this room times 30. Think of it. 30,000 soldiers died in 1 month. The month before it was 27,000. The month before that it was 28,000. The month before that it was 25,000. It's a bloodbath over there. And that's what I want to stop. It doesn't help the United States, but these are souls. These are young people. Look like you, look like some of you right in the front row. They go to war. Their parents are so proud. Oh, there he goes, comes back. 2 weeks later, they get a call. Your son's head's been blown off. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war. It's the worst since World War II. They keep going. They'll exceed World War II. The numbers are staggering, how many people they've lost. They don't want to talk about it. Ukraine and Russia lost just tremendous amounts. And I'm dealing with President Putin, and he wants to make a deal, I believe. I'm dealing with President Zelensky, and I think he wants to make a deal. I'm meeting him today. He might be in the audience right now. But they got to get that war stopped because too many people are dying, needlessly dying. Too many souls are being lost. It's the only reason I'm interested in doing it. But in doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right, last time. A very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. If we gave them the call, gentlemen, we are being attacked. We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the blood, sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up. And we have an unbelievable future in that stock. That stock market is going to be doubled. We're going to hit 50,000, and that stock market's going to double in a relatively short period of time because of everything that's happening. But this is a good example. After giving NATO and European nations, trillions and trillions of dollars in defense. They buy our weapons. We make the greatest weapons in the world, but now we're going to make them faster, much faster. You saw that. I put a cap on the salaries, and I put no buybacks, no stock buybacks, no various other things that they were doing. I mean, they were making $50 million, but it would take them 3 years to give you a Patriot missile. I said, that's not good. My chauffeur can do a better job than that, and he makes slightly less than 50. They make big salaries. If they're going to make those big salaries, they're going to have to produce a lot faster. The good news is we have the greatest equipment in the world. Now we're going to start making it a lot faster. They're going to build additional plants. And all of the money that goes into stock buybacks is going to go into building plants. We're not allowing stock buybacks by defense companies any longer. They're going to build new plants to make Tomahawks, Patriots. We have the best equipment. F-35s, F-47, the new one just coming out. They say it's the most devastating plane, fighter jet ever. Who knows? They called it 47. If I don't like it, I'm going to take the 47 off it. I wonder why they called it 47. We'll have to think about that. But if I don't like it, I'm going to take that 47 off. But it's supposed to be the Stage 6. It's supposed to be the first Stage 6 plane, undetectable, like our B-2 bombers were undetectable. They flew right over Iran. They were undetectable. And they did their job, and they got the hell out of there. So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember. A strong and secure America means a strong NATO, and that's one reason why I'm working every day to ensure our military is very powerful, our borders are very strong, and above all, our economy is strong because national security requires economic security and economic prosperity, and we have the greatest that we've ever had. Biden and his allies destroyed our economy and gave us perhaps the worst inflation in American history. They say 48 years, I say forever, but I think 48 years is the equivalent to forever. Whether it's 48 years or ever, it's terrible. Costing the typical family $33,000. What they did to this country should never, ever be forgotten. It's early, but he has to be rated as the worst president we've ever had by far. The auto pen did much of the damage. The auto pen, he was the auto pen president, because I don't believe a sane president would have ever signed the kind of things that he signed. But now grocery prices, energy prices, airfares, mortgage rates, rent, and car payments are all coming down, and they're coming down fast. We inherited a mess, but we've done a hell of a job in 12 months. Under my most favored nation policy for drug prices, the cost of prescription drugs is coming down by up to 90%, depending on the way you calculate. You could also say 5, 6, 7, 800%. There are two ways of figuring that. But we have a favored nations policy that every president wanted, no president was able to get. I got it, and other nations approved it. And I had to use tariffs in order to get it because they said, no way. In other words, a pill that costs 10% in London costs $130. Think it costs $10 in London, costs $130 in New York or in Los Angeles. And I'd say, boy, that's bad. Friends of mine would say, you know, we go to London, you can buy the stuff for nothing. We go all over the world, we can buy it for nothing. Because basically America was subsidizing every nation in the world. Because presidents allowed them to get away with it. It became very tough. So when I called up Emmanuel Macron, I watched him yesterday with those beautiful sunglasses. What the hell happened?
Trump there on Greenland, the housing crisis, and the deaths in Ukraine. I mean, he really does seem to want to stop this war, doesn't he? Europe definitely doesn't, and it seems to me Europe is just simply the European leaders, the European aristocracy, the Holy Roman Empire, the European Commission, whatever you want to call these weasels, they just want to keep it all going. And Tampon Charlie, by the way, let's not forget him. They just want to keep this war going. Let's keep it going. They're saying they want security guarantees, which just means we want NATO in Ukraine. It's never going to happen. And if NATO does go into Ukraine, NATO will immediately get hammered, as well as many, many more Ukrainians. So it's the whole war is being pushed. In fact, I remember back in when we were covering the IRA campaign, if you could call it that, the Troubles, and there were all these sort of talk about peace agreements again and again, right through the 1980s, 1990s. Actually, there was a peace, but it achieved nothing. And every time there was nearly a peace agreement, it would all just kick off again. There'd be another atrocity, usually by the loyalists, but, you know. And then they were saying silly things like, you've got to put down all your weapons before we can really agree to peace. Don't be so stupid. This is just, you don't want peace if you say things like that, obviously. And I think it's a bit similar now. I can see them. They're just coming up with any old excuse. We've got to keep the war going. The only thing that ended the Troubles were these 3 massive bombs in the city of London. So I think it was in Bishopsgate, Canary Wharf and Baltic Wharf. That's it, those 3, which each of them did something like £1 billion worth of damage to property, because the IRA had wired through to the BBC newsroom, news desk number. They said there's a bomb about to go off and it's in such and such a place. They would give, I think, about half an hour's warning. So everyone would be evacuated immediately by the police. And then the bomb would go off. They were truck bombs. So it would be like a big tipper truck with the whole of the back of the tipper truck full of explosives, and it would make a terrible, terrible mess. And at that point, finally, John Major came to the table, only after the 3rd one, by the way, not the 1st or the 2nd, and signed the Good Friday Agreement. And so you do wonder, how on earth can anyone actually persuade European leaders, the Bilderbergers, to actually make peace with the Russians? I think now they've started this war in Ukraine, they see it as absolutely seminal, and we've got it going. Now we can have some real fun, and we're not going to put our little toy away that we've managed to start by trying to have a war with Putin. These people are maniacs. They hate Putin far more than they like or love the people they're supposed to represent. And Putin's country, Russia, is not an imperialist country. It's just not. Look around. They've just pulled out of Syria. I mean, for God's sake, how can you say they're imperialist? Oh, yeah, they're going to march into London, are they? Some people in Britain would like them to do that, actually, but they're not going to. And I remember them saying that there's no way they're going to nuke Britain because Britain is destroying itself from within anyway. You know, this is the attitude the Russians have, and they've done very well out of the sanctions as well. Absolutely bonkers, isn't it? Anyway, that was Donald Trump talking about his take on Ukraine and Europe and lecturing the European leaders. But as I said, they probably won't take any notice. Special address at the 2026 Davos meeting. So how does the Davos thing work? I had a fascinating call from a guy called Norbert Hammes, Hammes. His dad was called Wilhelm Hammes, and his father was an industrialist, you could say a corporatist, you could say a fascist, but he was recruited by the Council on Foreign Relations to be an operator, basically behind the scenes, as a businessman. The public would never know about it. And he was also the man behind Helmut Kohl. So although the journalists didn't know who he was, they knew there was someone kind of advising and steering Kohl. But more importantly, he chaired this committee, which was in charge for 5 or 10 years, 5 years, I think, of arranging German reunification. So he was meeting directly with Gorbachev in the 1980s. And finally, of course, in 1989, the Berlin Wall came down. But what an interesting chap. Thank you very much, Norbert Hammes, for getting in touch with me. The longer version has lots more in it too about the way that fascists operate behind the scenes in Europe to create organisation. He saw my work on the Bilderbergers and said, this is exactly the sort of stuff my dad was doing before he died. So German reunification. So all done from behind the scenes. Oh, look, it's just happened. No. A guy called Wilhelm Hammes was doing it all.
my father, he grew more and more influential. There was then a thing happening in the later 1970s, 1977. There were a whole lot of things happening. People still call it in Germany the German autumn, because so many strange things happened. There was this industrial leader that I mentioned, Hans Martin Schleyer. He was actually abducted, how do you say, abducted or kidnapped by leftist so-called terrorists. They wanted to free their comrades in a very special high-security jail in southern Germany. It's called Stuttgart Stammheim. And they wanted to press them free. And also, in a parallel action, there was a German passenger plane coming in from Mallorca, Spain. It was kidnapped by some Palestinians who wanted to act.
Oh, hijacked, yeah.
Hijacked. And it had a 5 days odyssey, and all the time through they had a special task force in Parliament to cope up with the situation. And behind that task force, there was another working committee, a still unknown working committee, which was led by my father. He had felt obliged to interfere because he knew that Hans Martin Schleyer, first he wanted to help them, but he quickly changed his mind. He was willing to sacrifice him just for the reason of the state to get the will of politics, of the ruling class through, not to fall in the situation.
So what happened to Schleyer? Was he killed or did he get released?
After a time, he was killed. He doesn't live anymore.
Well, the thing is, he knew a lot, didn't he? Maybe someone decided he knew too much and wanted to get rid of him. But anyway, no. He was killed by these abductors because the plane got stormed. According to my father's plan, it had wound up in Mogadishu, Somalia. It got stormed by a paramilitary group called GSG-9. The hostages were freed, and almost all the hijackers were shot. So that was according to my father's plan. Schleyer then later was shot, and also, which is really a bizarre thing, those prisoners in Stuttgart Stammheim, they allegedly committed suicides, but in fact they were killed by the GSG-9. Nobody. And what is this GSG-9?
Grenzschutzgruppe 9. It's a paramilitary group. It's run by the German Ministry of the Interior. Actually, they are criminal themselves. They perform all kinds of crimes around the world. They can't be controlled by the government still today, but the government sometimes uses them to execute people, and they executed these prisoners in Stuttgart Stammheim. Let me one time read out the names of these prisoners and their commemorary. That's Andreas Bader, Gudrun Enslin, Jan Karl Raspe. A woman called Irmgard Möller survived. She still lives in Hamburg, and always she said there weren't any suicides. That's all a lie. And in that circumstance, let me also mention somebody I know from Austria. He's called Christoph Smolnik. That's Z-M-O-L-N-I-G, Christoph Smolnik. I'm regularly in touch with him, and he always cares about the graves of those prisoners. And most importantly, we try together reach the public in Germany. By the aid of some investigative journalists a couple of years ago, we already reached hundreds of thousands of people, so that things can come out that I have got to say that nobody knows about. Well, I know it, theoretically know it from a drunken conversation with my father.
Do you want to take us back to this drunken conversation on New Year's Eve and tell us what your father told you?
I tell you where the problem is. I understand a whole lot of it. I kept it in mind, but everything about this complex, about the death cases of this terrorist, so-called terrorist, I suppressed in my mind because I was drunk myself. It's a good method to talk to somebody who's drunk, but when you're drunk yourself, you won't, most probably, you won't get it all. But, and I tell you about the things that my father taught me. He said he was part of the Bilderberg organization. I hadn't known that before. And he taught me about this meeting or another meeting. For instance, on one occasion, he was drinking his cocktail just like anybody else around, but the chairman, that was Nelson Rockefeller, he had spoken out a ban on alcohol, and he really clashed with him. Rockefeller said, "You must leave the room now," but he did. My father didn't, and all the other participants, they had their glasses underneath the table. They were putting them out one by one. Also Willy Brandt, I come back to that one later, Willy Brandt and everybody who participated, then also they put their glasses on the table. So that's kind of an amusing private anecdote. But let me tell you about what my father said about the Bilderbergers and their plans back in the late 1970s, early 80s. What they really wanted, and I guess they achieved in it, was to get rid of the whole of the Soviet Union, to dismantle it, to get rid of it, to make it history. And for that purpose, they had all kinds of projects. My father early taught me about something that was only known to the public years later. There is the SDI project, people building up militarization in space using satellites, laser beams, and in order to be able to do that and to scoop the Soviet Union, they took a whole lot of money away from you could say the people or the economies. They parked huge amount of money by the trillions, basically. They put it away from economy, and they wanted to get through certain kinds of projects to really get rid of the Soviet Union, to make it history. That's what they did. And then they stole money from the people, lots and lots of money. That is basically an important thing to know. That's what my father taught me, and I even remember it. But I also remember one thing that is not so much to do with my father, but it's important for the people, for your audience to know, for everybody to know. And that has to do with that Chancellor Willy Brandt. I mentioned him before. He was a social democrat. He was very a prominent politician after the war in Germany. He was people still know him. He was an idol for lots of people, and he was too leftist for the German industrial elite. And in terms of organization, this industrial elite can be called, they call themselves BDI, BDI, that means Bundesverband der Deutschen Industrie, which means a Federal Association of German Industries. They invited the Chancellor Willy Brandt, and they blackmailed him to step back, to resign. They had intimate snapshots, just a very classical way it worked out, and they forced him to resign. And everybody made up a cover-up story. There was an East German spy in his surroundings, and Brandt, he said, well, you know, I shouldn't have let the spy come so close to me, so I have got to resign. But this was not the nobody still knows. There are all kinds of things happening. Nobody knows. Only the elite knows. The Bilderberg official politics seems to be only a mask, and really strange things happen otherwise. That's what my father told me.
Look, what about the reunification of Germany? You're talking here about the 1970s and 1980s. By the time it came to 1989, the Berlin Wall came down, didn't it? Just around about the same time as the collapse of the Soviet Union.
No. The collapse of the Soviet Union was a couple of years later.
Yes, I know, yeah. But it was round about the same time. For those of who weren't even born then, This was first of all, the 1989, the wall came down, and then 1991, you had Gorbachev really sort of pulling back from a lot of the Eastern European countries. So, what was your father's role in that?
Yeah, I got to know that only later. I forgot to mention, I mentioned that I suppressed a whole lot of things that my father had taught me that drunken night. So how come I know it by now? Actually, I had another fierce conversation in 2005 when I visited my mother. She stayed as well. And I had a really a hassle, a dispute with her, and she taught me all kinds of things that I didn't know before. Now I can answer all these questions, and the answer is my father, he really made it up in even higher ranks. He was really even more influential after his success in the 1970s. So after a while, he was the secret man behind Chancellor Helmut Kohl. He was the man behind him. All kinds of journalists at the time, they knew there was a secret man, but they didn't know who he was. Now everybody knows it because I tell you, it was my father, and he really grew influential, and he talked with Gorbachev about German reunification before it happened. It was all discussed out before these events actually took place. My father talked with Gorbachev. The Russians gave their placet, their permission, and so Germany could reunite in a relatively peaceful way. My mother said to me, imagine this, this reunified Germany also happens to be a kind of a child of my father's, just like I am. My father, he is responsible that all this happened. He talked with Gorbachev, and that's the reason why.
Is there anywhere that people can sort of pick up and read about this more if they're interested about looking at this historical aspect? Because I think one of the things that comes out from chatting with you is that the way that this is introduced to the public, this kind of event like the fall of the Berlin Wall, is, it's just happened. But it seems to me that there's actually been a lot going on behind the scenes to actually make it happen.
Yes, everything is going on behind the scenes. I can only give you a window to that word, tell you what I got from my father. I tried to publish all kinds of things in the internet. I addressed all kinds of people by correspondence, but internet is better. And as I said, we reached already hundreds and thousands of people by an interview video in Germany, in German language. I got a lot of things, or at least some things, in the German language on my Facebook account. But I'm really glad that you give me an opportunity.
Well, no, I mean, I'm very glad that you've got in touch with me, Norbert. How has this gone down in Germany?
Well, I got some. I was only reported about the reactions of people. Well, a whole lot of them said, yeah, really interesting, that's great, but we are much too young to get interested in this before. Yeah, those were on the internet. Fanatically, they seem to be a bit young. Then other ones said, yeah, great, it's really great that now the truth comes out. We're really thankful for it. And then other ones said, no, we are right-wing. Nobody should make a propaganda for this left-wing monkeys. That's what we don't like. That should be a taboo.
They probably call you a conspiracy theorist.
Once I even heard that, conspiracy theorists, the one that investigative journalist who was behind that interview, he was a kind of an expert. He said, yeah, I can really instinctively figure it out what is a conspiracy theory and what is not, and my utterings, they cannot be he said, cannot be a conspiracy theory, because the structures is much too complicated. That's how the real world works. The conspiracy theory is much simpler. That's really something else. That's
But it is a conspiracy because it's being kept from the public. It's being kept out of the way. This is the normal thing that industrialists like to do this. And this is just like normal for them. And so I think, for example, one of the things you've brought out is the role of these organisations like the Council on Foreign Relations and the Bilderberg.
Yes, they really try to shape the world, and they're interested. Now, these days, especially today, and on this day and yesterday, they got the Davos meeting. There's still something else. Somebody said to me, that's even more important these days than Bilderberg. If my father would live today, he absolutely surely would be there. And in Davos, these are the elites as well.
Well, yes, but there's a big difference in that the Bilderberg is secret. The TV and the media are all over Davos.
Yeah, it's a strange affair. It's a strange thing to think.
I mean, if you look at the membership of Davos and Bilderberg, for the NATO countries, it's basically the same people. You see the same heads popping up. It's just that we've no idea what really goes on behind the scenes. In fact, this year, there's a bit of for the Bilderberg Conference 2026, some of us have been looking at where and when that might take place. There are some guesses about possibly Finland. One of the new people that's joined NATO, because it is very much a NATO-based thing. NATO at the moment is keeping very quiet because it looks as if any kind of thing they say about Trump and Greenland is going to be just simply causing trouble and maybe split NATO. So they're being very, very quiet over that. But then the other possibility is in Ottawa, I think, in late May, early June, a Bilderberg meeting may be taking place there. So there is a little bit of speculation as even one of the hotels that I must put up on my Bilderberg.org website, which somebody has suggested that this hotel is booked all week in Ottawa. So that may be where they're popping up. But this is the only way, I think, to scrutinise these people. They keep everything extremely secret, and much of it goes back to Cecil Rhodes and his round table groups that he set up literally at the beginning of with his will in 1900. His idea was to try and take over the world. He thought the British Empire was now in a position it could take over the world, but it would have to do it quietly. And so the money from his will was used to set up the Royal Institute for International Affairs, to set up the Council on Foreign Relations. And then, of course, the Central Intelligence Agency and the CFR set up the Bilderberg, as you were talking about, in the 1950s. So we can see there is this secret network of geopolitical power out there. Just finally, whereabouts can people find you if they're interested to look online, Norbert?
Well, they can find me on Facebook, Norbert Hammes. I guess it's 18, and I got...
Can you just spell your name?
Norbert, like Norbert Hammes, Hammes.
So that's NORBERTHAMMES.
Yes, and my father was called Wilhelm Gustav Hammes. He was named after that Kaiser Wilhelm Gustav Hammes.
The Kaiser, great. Anyway, Norbert, thank you very much for joining us.
Well, I'm so pleased. Goodbye, Tony, goodbye.
So that's Norbert Hammes talking about his dad, Wilhelm Hammes, and also these terrorist groups in Germany being run, basically death squads being run by the Germans in the 1960s, 70s. This is, somebody needs to do something about this, because obviously the EU is doing nothing about this sort of thing. It's totally and utterly opaque organisation, and it's run by people who are selected for their corporate expertise, like his dad, Wilhelm Hammes. So full version of that up on our show page later at thisweek.org.uk if it floats your boat. So I'm going to have a look at the Club of Rome now. I think this is the sort of organisation business people put together to steer events behind the scenes, to give them their little secret programme that they don't tell the politicians or the press about, let alone us. The Club of Rome is one of those. This report came out in 1972, and it's called The Limits to Growth. Well, the idea is, this economic model won't work forever. Let's just make sure that we control whatever happens after it.
The Massachusetts Institute of Technology has been used to look at these problems, to analyze in broad terms the direction in which our world is headed. Sponsored by a group of businessmen and academics, the Club of Rome, its conclusions are revolutionary.
The most important lesson is that we're near the end of a development of society which has been going on for about 2,000 years. That we've reached levels of prosperity which carry the seeds of disruption and necessitate a complete relook at the whole world's social, political and other situations.
Professor Dennis Meadows, at a conference in Washington to mark the publication of his team study for the Club of Rome, The Limits to Growth. It concludes that economic growth always generates a crisis, that the road to riches is the road to disaster. They found that if you controlled everything, including industrial production, no crisis emerged. But this assumes that we will stop getting richer.
We're talking about a system in which the various balances between material output and population can be engineered more or less to suit the particular objectives of a society.
Reorient our activities and our attitudes on a global scale. And I think that is possible, but it's probably the biggest single task that mankind has ever faced.
It's important for you, I think, to realize that you have really the right only to have 2 children, to expect that you're going to have to make short-term sacrifices.
It's important that everyone should have a concept of the world as a whole and should avoid as far as possible bringing up their children in any sense of local patriotism, nationalism and parochialism.
We now know, I contend, that we have to have a revolution and we ought to be able to plan it.
So that's actually on Kevin O'Doherty's channel, The Club of Rome, looking at the book The Limits to Growth, which they put out in 1972. Now that Club of Rome comes up in another interview I did before Christmas, actually. I've only just had a chance to get it together with Roger Meacock, who I contacted him because he's been looking at this substance called ALA. It's actually Bovaer, which is in ALA, which is some sort of weird substance, I don't know, a catalyst or an enzyme they put in the feed of cows to stop them burping and farting. If you can believe that is supposed to be good for climate change. Well, but he doesn't just talk about the, whatever ALA and Bovaer are a year on. There was a boycott campaign a year ago about this, but he explains how this is really just an attack on farmers, and he explains what this stuff does inside the body of the cow, in its stomach, in its intestines. What is Bovaer ALA doing?
It's not happening by accident, this idea that they've miscalculated and the inheritance tax thing was just purely somebody in the civil service not doing their sums right is absolutely ridiculous. This has been part of the plans for a very long time, really, since the Club of Rome chose climate as the vehicle behind which to unite the people under an existential threat to accept the losses of freedoms and rights that they wouldn't otherwise accept. And so climate has been chosen deliberately as a political cosh, really, to use against groups. And obviously we all know money talks, and if you follow the money, you usually get to the root of the problem.
But hang on, because you don't need to be a genius to see the climate is changing. We're in a very, very mild December at the moment. Every December recently has been like this, and the weather has changed. You can't really argue with that. Over the last 50, 60 years I've been alive, I've seen it change enormously.
Yeah, weather does change. It's called weather. That's what weather does. What is, it goes through cycles. If you go back to the 1500s, 1600s, the Thames was frozen over. We're actually still coming out of that last mini ice age. But the idea that this is all man-made and it's down to farming and it's down to the cows is complete con. It's completely made up for political ends. And that's why climate originally, if you remember back in the sort of 70s, 80s, we were actually heading for an ice age, and then it came climate warming, and then they realised actually it was going up and down, and it's called climate change now because they can't decide whether it's warming or cooling.
But it's very difficult to argue with the idea that we should be growing more trees, for example, isn't it? That's what the government's saying, more trees.
Well, that's fine, but then don't pull down the rainforests in Brazil and all the rest of it, and don't blame CO2, which actually increases the greening of the planet. There's been quite something like 25% increase in greening over the last 20, 30 years or whatever it is. And because CO2 is the food of the plants and obviously the trees as well. And so more CO2 equals more plants equals more food. Not just for humans, but obviously for the animals as well that eat the plants. So, everybody wants less pollution in the air, less particulate pollution and all the rest of it. But demonizing carbon dioxide and methane, like they've done with with the cows and the Bovaer to try and suppress the burping of the cows is purely using climate as a means of attacking farming, because you've got people like Bill Gates who've invested heavily in buying up farmland because they want to grow plants and create their frankenfood that he's invested in. So, there are huge political agendas here, which with farming at the brunt of it, and also to a certain degree that they're trying to keep the population sort of less healthy, if you like, is probably the kindest way of putting it, because we're not supposed to be plant eaters. We are hyper carnivore in terms of our evolution, and so we need, it's why the paupers in the old days ate the plants and the rich people ate the meat, and it became a crime to poach and all the rest of it because they understood that meat was the most healthy, nutrient dense form of food that you can have. And so they want to get people onto being plant-based, because then they'll be slightly fundamentally ill, which will then be good for the pharmaceutical industry as well, because they'll be able to treat them. And people who are ill are less likely to rebel against the loss of jobs, the social credit scoring, control from digital identity and central bank digital currencies, and all the rest of the things that we're being threatened with, which isn't conspiracy theory because it's in their own documents. And people like the head of the Bank for International Settlements have already said that they want to get rid of cash because they want every transaction to be followed, and they want to know what's going on with their money, and they want to be able to say, well, you can't buy this or you can't buy that because of your digital carbon footprint or whatever. So, we are sleepwalking into control and a dystopian authoritarian technocracy if we don't wake up and recognize it for what it is. And the farmers are the brunt of that because food is central to the health and the control.
Do you please boycott it, this stuff, if you ever see Arla products in the supermarket? Anyway, that's Roger Meacock. There's a longer interview with that, and I'll put that up also on our show page at thisweek.org.uk. Thanks ever so much for getting in touch, Roger. It'd be nice to keep an eye on what he gets up to. Seems to be very good at sort of unpicking some of the lies that we're told by the mainstream press about the farmers, and well done to the farmers for picking up on it and getting it out to the public. Don't buy this rubbish. The Club of Rome and Klaus Schwab. Well, guess who's been looking at that this week? Good old Johnny Vedmore has put this out. He was one of the people to originally look at Klaus Schwab as one of the guys who financed, during the Second World War, the Nazi atomic weapons program, which we'll be coming to in a minute. So who better to expand on this guy Klaus Schwab, as Dan Dix was doing about the World Economic Forum, than Johnny Vedmore?
Okay, I'm Johnny Vedmore. I'm an investigative journalist. I like looking into ancestry quite a lot. You don't really know a person by who they present themselves to be nowadays. You're more likely to find it out from their history, their background, who brought them up and who brought that person up, etc. In many cases, you find reoccurring manifestation of behavior within genetics in general. So you see that people do the same thing, take the same roads. When I see how people who worship darkness, how they rise to power, it's extremely suspect. And also when you get into things like that, and when you get into researching evil people, you can feel it, man. You can feel that there's something else there, that this can't be normal. If you've got a history which involves nefarious circles, you do want to hide it. And so that's not going to be presentable to the modern man.
Well, let's begin. Mr. Klaus Schwab.
Well, Klaus Schwab, a hard one to find. So before the World Economic Forum was created in 1971, Klaus Schwab's history was basically unknown. Some people thought he was a construct, that he was just a made-up persona. Some people didn't even think he exists.
Good morning.
It was very, very difficult to find even a mention of Klaus Schwab. I would say pre-1968, that's where he started to really come into his own, is in 1968, about 3 years before the creation of the World Economic Forum, which was originally the European Management Symposium. These sort of people, these big players, they don't let their childhood be known, because their childhood comes from, usually contains dark secrets. You usually find that they're connected with people who have not necessarily been good for the world. Klaus Schwab was born in 1938. So obviously those are fundamentally historic years in Western history. We're approaching World War II. Lots of people wanted to believe he was Hitler Youth or something and he was supported, but by the end of the World War he would have been 6 years old, so his father would have been the person he looked up to, and he did. He followed everything his father said. Now his father was the head of a Nazi model company. Eugen Schwab was the managing director of the Ravensburg branch. Escher Weiss itself was making U-boat submarine parts, flamethrowers for the Germans during the time, atomic bombs and etc., and bits for fighter planes. So every single part of the war machine had a little bit of Escher Weiss in it. His father worked for the Nazis, creating heavy water, and heavy water was used in the enrichment of uranium. So it was a natural way of enriching uranium. Was Eugen Schwab part of the Nazis who were standing outside the Ravensburg town hall in 1938 where a picture was taken, but still causes controversy in that part of Germany when you mention it, because people hate seeing that all of the Nazis were so proud and happy Ravensburg was such a big Nazi town. Ravensburg wasn't targeted all through the war. What you saw is a lot of rich German people who had helped within the race to eugenically modify the world. Including 691 patients in Ravensburg who were euthanized during the war. 691 who were euthanized. That's a lot of people who were euthanized in Ravensburg. Now, Klaus Schwab, through the 60s, was a young man who was in university, getting degree after degree after degree. And by 1966, 1967, his father had told him, if you want to be a success, you've got to go to Harvard. And at this point is where he was taught by Henry Kissinger.
I have met practically every leader in the last 40 years. And there were only 3 or 4 leaders who really made a lasting impression on me and to a certain extent changed my thinking. And one of those was Mandela, another one was my teacher at Harvard 50 years ago, Professor Henry Kissinger.
He had a massive impact on Schwab's overarching ideology in the future. And that was partially because Kissinger was mixed up within a lot of groups, including very much the Rockefellers.
And you mentioned, David, Henry Kissinger.
Actually, I guess I was the first one who got to know him because he was a member of an organization called the Council on Foreign Relations in New York.
Now, Henry Kissinger himself, of course, the point man for the Club of Rome and for the ideology of population reduction. The Club of Rome was set up in 1968 by Aurelio Pecci, who was an Italian industrialist, and Alexander King, who was a Scottish chemist.
The Club of Rome comprises some 70 men of widely varying backgrounds, but their common concern is that the world problems cannot be solved by individual nations. I spoke with Dr. Aurelio Pecci, founder of the club, and Dr. Alexander King, director of the World Bank and the United Nations OECD.
They really concentrated on population control, on bringing down the population. They had Malthusian ideas.
It's not some science fantasy effect from 2001. This electronic display emanating from Australia's largest computer is a picture of the condition, past, present and future of planet Earth. It was developed under the auspices of the Club of Rome by an MIT research team to present a complex model of the world and what we humans are doing to it. What it does for the first time in man's history on the planet is to look at the world as one system. It shows that Earth cannot sustain present population and industrial growth for much more than a few decades. It shows that simply cleaning up our car exhausts and making some small effort to limit our families simply isn't enough. The condition of the planet starts to become highly critical, and if we don't do anything about it, this is what's going to happen. The quality of life is going to go right back to practically zero. Pollution is going to become so serious, right out here, that it will start to kill people. So the population will diminish. Right back here, less than it was in the year 1900. And at this stage, around about the year 2040, 2050, civilized life as we know it on this planet will cease to exist.
So this Malthusian idea would go along with the introduction of the World Economic Forum.
Damen und Herren, herzlich willkommen hier in Davos.
The world has become so interdependent that entrepreneurs everywhere in the world depend each on another.
I think he's very much the top front man of the ideology of the Rockefellers, Club of Rome, Henry Kissinger. They needed someone in Europe who had had experience with trying to bring people together, bring companies together. Klaus Schwab would say, you know, we have to really, really harness that human capital. And it's very much a sign that they were on the same wavelength as all of the people who had taught them, all the people who had brought them up, and the Club of Rome, and the people who were saying that we need population control if we're going to have success in the future. I think they saw him, Klaus Schwab, as the perfect person to take on their cause and rebrand their cause as something which was environmental rather than population control.
We have continuous partnerships with many governments around the world. And of course we have NGOs, we have trade unions, we have all those different parts. Media, of course. Media, of course, and very important experts and scientists and academia. Because if we are looking at the future, I think we should look at new solutions, and the new solutions will be very much driven by technological development.
Eugenics is a hard thing to spin after World War II. The Malthusian idea of needing a disaster to create their agenda is really important. We could create disasters, or we could create, even if they're not real, we can create them to make sure that our agenda is pushed forward.
Thanks, Johnny. Pretty comprehensive look at World Economic Forum, at Klaus Schwab, although he's sort of shuffled out of the way. Of course, the same principles are still there. He'll be pulling the strings behind, you know, the curtain, as usual. And this is a Fourth Reich, isn't it? This is what it is. We're not supposed to know about this. Always remember this chappie telling me.
I'm Idris Francis, and having voted yes in 1975, I suddenly woke up in 1992 at the time of Maastricht to realise what the EU really was. It wasn't a free trade area. It's a political takeover of the continent by people we have never elected and we can't remove. It is a wholly corrupt, dishonest, devious, totalitarian organisation, the like of which we have fought against for hundreds of years. And I, for one, am not prepared to put up with it. I set up my own company and I sold out in 1994 to retire to become a full-time nuisance to people who tell lies. my uncle, whom I knew well until he died sadly young in 1960 at the age of 46. I knew him from the early 50s when he used to come down to stay with us in Cardiganshire. Very brilliant character who, amongst other things, knew David Niven. But in terms of what actually happened at Nuremberg, he was a major in the Royal Artillery and he was stationed in Hamburg.
What exactly did these German generals say then?
Well, the words as I remember them, yes, you have beaten us again for the second time, but next time we will win. Next time it'll all happen so slowly you won't realize that it's happening until it's all over.
Yes, you have beaten us for the second time. But the next time we will win, and you won't know what's happening until it's all over. So we will, actually, as it isn't all over, is it, for the World Economic Forum? On to Argentina now, and I spoke this week to Adrian Salbucci. He's somebody who used to pop up on RT, and he was booted off RT about 2015, I think it was, or 16, when the Russians went into Syria with their air force, and suddenly we were removed. He didn't appear, but anyway, we helped RT get itself an audience. You know, that's what they were using people like Adrian and I for. And it's lovely to touch base with him again. I did actually call him to talk about Venezuela, but we got chatting about all sorts of other things, and I thought I'd share all that with you. As he explains to me, just like Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum, Johnny Vedmore, and the Nazi nuclear program was massive, folks. Absolutely enormous, and it's been exposed better than anyone else by Todd Ryder up in Massachusetts, ex-Massachusetts Institute of Technology. As anyone that's been listening to the show will know, they tested almost certainly 2 nuclear weapons, fairly small ones, during the war, but they realised they couldn't use nuclear weapons to win the war, but they could use them as a fantastic bargaining chip at the end of the war, and that's when the Cold War started. And of course, people like Patton, who is an American general, he actually openly was saying at the end of the Second World War, let's just go and attack the Russians. Let's just have a war with them, get rid of the Soviet Union. And then he died in a nasty little car accident, poor old General Patton, because he'd been told he wasn't supposed to say that, and warned. So let's go down to Argentina now, to Buenos Aires. And here's Adrian Salbucci talking about how the Nazis actually traded 3 working atom bombs. That's what he was told directly by Wilfried von Offen, who was the last private secretary to Joseph Goebbels, no less.
There is something that I remember this gentleman who was a close friend of mine. He was much older than I was, obviously, Wilfried von Offen, who had been Joseph Goebbels' last secretary. He told me one day, well, amongst all the things they stole from us, they stole the atomic bomb. And I said, what do you mean by that? He said, well, we had developed 3 apparently operable artifacts in Czechoslovakia in a secret installation or whatever, just as Peenemünde was the secret place where they were developing rocketry with Werner von Braun. Some places in Czechoslovakia, I don't remember the name, and it's unpronounceable anyway, was where they were carrying out, near Vienna even, of all their atomic nuclear investigations. And he told me we had 3 artifacts. They were taken from us. And what happened to them? And this is what he told me. I have no documentation to prove this. I want to make this very clear. He said the following. They took the 4 artifacts away. One was tested in New Mexico, and they said, well, let's stand far away in case this really makes a big noise. They detonated it, and it made such a big noise that I think some of the scientists, American scientists who were in New Mexico, in Alamogordo, disappeared because they were evaporated. Okay, we know it works. Second artifact, let's drop it on Hiroshima. It worked. Third artifact, let's drop it on Hiroshima, and then it was Hiroshima on the 6th of August, 1945, and Nagasaki on the 9th of August, 1945. They work. We've won the war. Obviously, we've won the war in the Pacific against Japan. And what do they do with the fourth artifact? Let's reverse engineer it and see how it works. And he said they had to do that because the American Manhattan Project had resolved and solved many of the technical problems with using nuclear energy for military purposes, but they had not quite been able to find the detonation, not the mechanism, the detonation structure, which was a very specific, I don't know about this, I'm not a nuclear physicist, obviously.
Well, I can tell you the Fat Man plutonium bomb, which I believe was the first, I'm not sure if it was the Hiroshima or Nagasaki. This was a plutonium bomb which was extremely difficult to detonate because you had to have a whole series of explosive, a kind of lens of explosive material around the plutonium to get it to implode, to concave and go to a critical mass. So you had a kind of, I mean, it is complicated, you're right, but this thing, it's interesting because I was also told exactly the same story by Manfred Petrich, whose father was a Nazi jet engine designer for Messerschmitt. Actually, he worked for BMW. Those engines were used in the Messerschmitt 262, and he told me exactly the same. That this design for the Fat Man type plutonium bomb was it was all put together by the Nazis, and then that was used by the Manhattan Project because they couldn't get plutonium to go bang. They knew the uranium type bomb was a very simple one. Was what they call a gun type, where you're just shooting one piece of uranium into another that then goes critical. So, yeah, that's fascinating. Absolutely. Well, it just corroborates what I've heard too. Amazing. And that interview's up there if you want to have a listen to it.
Yes, definitely I will. And that has a lot to do, especially because people have to understand that the Hiroshima and the Nagasaki bombs were very different. The Hiroshima bomb was a uranium bomb, U-238, and the Nagasaki bomb was a more powerful and more perfected plutonium bomb. Now, that technology, which had a lot to do with the configuration, the physical form, the physical shape and configuration to ensure that not only was a chain reaction started, but that it continued until a big blast went off, as happened in Hiroshima. But this is a very key historical point that we have to keep in mind. Germany was completely vanquished and surrendered. Actually, Germany never surrendered. The armed forces of Germany surrendered, but the Third Reich, the Deutschen Reich, never actually surrendered. It was not. The country was just split into 4 sections, taken over by the Allies: France, Britain, Germany, and the Soviet Union, and that's the end of that. So who really surrendered were the German armed forces, which is okay, which is fine. That happened on 8th of May, 1945. Let's keep that date in mind. 8th of May, 1945.
Yeah, and who took over from Adolf Hitler? Well, it was Dönitz, who was commanding the Navy. And at that time, much of this technology was sitting in submarines.
Yes.
You know, being sent around the world. So that's why he took over. Well, an interesting guy to know, isn't he? Wilfried von Offen. Private secretary to Joseph Goebbels in Argentina. And yes, a lot of people in Argentina would have had Nazis next door, wouldn't they, after the Second World War? So that was in 1945. 3 working atom bombs apparently were traded with the United States. And if you look at some of the recent Mark Felton videos, you can see the Nazis had long-range bombers. I think they were based in Norway that could fly to, maybe only one way, but they could fly to New York, which had these massive enlarged bomb bays for these bombs. So maybe that was the deal that was being done at the end of the Second World War, eh? I mentioned that I'd already had evidence in 2018 from Manfred Petrich saying that the Nazis had passed this nuclear know-how to the Americans at the end of the Second World War. So let's revisit that interview I did with Manfred back in 2018, January. So 7 years ago, roughly, I was chatting to Manfred. He's not with us anymore, unfortunately. He ran a blog called All Smoke and Mirrors. His father worked for Messerschmitt. Well, not exactly for Messerschmitt, for BMW. His father was designing jet engines in the Second World War for the Messerschmitt 262. And Manfred picked up a lot from his father's friends after the war about when he grew up, about what the Nazis had been up to, and this was one little tale that he'd been told. Manfred got an amazing start in life. After he finished school, he was born in Argentina, he just got given a job in a Swiss bank, financing massive infrastructure projects. That's not bad, is it?
We all know, who have studied history about the Second World War, that it was the Soviet Union who defeated Hitler and the Third Reich, and not the West. You can see it just alone by the number of divisions that Germany used. They used 250 divisions against the Soviets and only 25 divisions against the West. So it's a 10-to-1 deployment of military forces between East and West. And still, the Soviets managed to absolutely destroy the German Wehrmacht. So what the West was up against was just a tiny fraction of the German forces. And the same applies, by the way, to Japan. It was the Soviets who actually defeated Japan by defeating an army of 1.2 million Japanese soldiers in Manchuria at the end of the war. And the Japanese actually capitulated because they were afraid that the Soviets were about to invade Japan. I mean, they were ready to invade Japan, and that's why they capitulated.
What about the German ability to build an atomic bomb? A lot of people have been saying that actually that was quite advanced during World War II.
I can tell you that I've spoken a long time ago with one of the scientists who was involved in this project, and they actually did two atomic explosions during the war. One was done in the Lüneburger Heide, and one was done on one of the North Sea islands. They were comparatively tiny explosions. They were very far advanced, and the reason why the Americans with the Manhattan Project had a big problem, they didn't know how to ignite the atomic bomb. They didn't know how to ignite it. And that's why they had to wait until Germany was occupied and get the technology. That's why they were able to do the first explosion in July of 1945. They had to wait until they got the technology from the Germans.
So was Churchill right to be worried about an atomic bomb being on the end of a V2 heading for London?
Absolutely, sure. But not only a V2. The Germans had the 4-engine bombers who were able to hit New York. They would have been able to also hit the east coast of the United States.
So why didn't the Nazis use the atomic bomb if they had it then?
Because Hitler did not put much priority on that for some strange reason. He didn't prioritize the atomic weapon. Maybe he didn't understand it or something. He also didn't give much resources to this development.
So I guess the people of London in the 1940s and New York should be very glad that they didn't get nuked.
In a way, yes. Well, then the Japanese got it. The bombs were dropped on Japan.
Do you think there's any likelihood of a nuclear war with the North Koreans? Is that real, or is it just rhetoric?
No, it's not real. Because if America does anything, then South Korea and also Japan is gone. There are 35,000 American soldiers in South Korea. They will be all dead.
Is there anything positive you see around the world for the next year, 2018?
Well, I see a positive. I see that China and Russia are working together with Iran, and also India is coming into play. They have definitely going away from the dollar as a dominant currency. What definitely is happening is that America is a declining imperium. You know, it's a declining power.
Aren't declining powers dangerous?
Sure they are. They can think that maybe as a last resort, let's throw some bombs around the place. You see, the problem is that a lot of people are not taking America serious anymore. I mean, you saw it when Obama visited China. The Chinese didn't even roll out a set of stairs to his Air Force One plane. They didn't give him stairs so that he could step out of his plane. that means there is no more respect for America. It's lost a lot of its credibility, and especially now regarding Syria. I mean, the winner is definitely Russia, and everybody knows what they can do now, right? I mean, what we have seen is that Russia used Syria to test its weapons, to improve the whole military. It was a testing ground, because there's always a difference between theory and practice. And they have used this war to show the world also what they're capable of. And their electronic capabilities are far beyond what the West can do. Electronic warfare, they are really number one in that area.
So that's Manfred Petrich, Bilderberg Hunter, chatting to me back in 2018, sadly no longer with us, about the Nazi nuclear weapons, and that it was basically the Fat Man bomb. The second bomb, the Hiroshima, was a little boy, and that was a uranium bomb. But the plutonium bomb, the Fat Man bomb, which the Americans dropped on Nagasaki, certainly looks as if they couldn't have done that if they hadn't done these deals with the Nazis at the end of the Second World War. And it actually was a Nazi bomb. So I think someone should tell the Japanese, don't you? Staying with Argentina, though, we've got fires at the moment, and several people have been putting out, there's loads of evidence that the fires have been being started at the same time. These are supposed climate change fires, or maybe, who knows, but there's lots of people suspicious that they're not. 52,000 acres of woodland has been burnt across Argentina, apparently, in Patagonia, which is the mainly German area. And here is Vocal Politics Instagram doing their take on who's causing the fires.
Israelis are burning Patagonia, and Argentinians are concerned. Is Argentina also promised to Israelis? Massive wildfires have burned through up to 52,000 acres of Argentina's Patagonia, so Argentinians, including officials, have blamed Israelis, whether they were tourists or soldiers, for intentionally starting them. But to further understand their fears, I have to put some points out there. In December, President Javier Milei's government announced that foreigners could purchase and develop land following forest fires. Within weeks, Patagonia was burning. Prosecutors confirmed that several fires were intentional, with accelerants and Israelis found at fire sites. See what I mean? For years now, Argentina and Chile have seen a sustained influx of Israelis following their military conscription, particularly in Patagonia's most strategic and environmentally sensitive areas. This is a long-established post-army travel pattern. In towns like Bariloche and El Bolison, Hebrew language signage, Israeli-run hostels, and closed travel circuits, catering almost exclusively to Israelis, have become normalized, prompting public debate among locals about integration, oversight, and sovereignty. This context matters because Patagonia holds freshwater reserves, fertile land, energy corridors, and low population density. In 1896, founder of modern political Zionism, Theodor Herzl, explicitly described Argentina as a potential site for Jewish settlement, praising its climate scale and sparse population. That proposal was never adopted, shifting toward Palestine instead. Yet apparently the promised land keeps changing locations. The idea lingered in political history even as Palestine became their God-chosen site of occupation, settlement, and dispossession. Now under Milei, Argentina has accelerated deregulation, weakened environmental protections, and signaled openness to expanded foreign land ownership, reversing policies that previously restricted it. So are Argentinians' concerns legitimate?
Well, Israeli or not, it certainly does seem to be evidence that these fires have been being set deliberately. It's crazy, isn't it? Well, it's not crazy. It's the idea is get it in the news, cause chaos. There's a lot of people want to do that. Anyway, so staying with Argentina, finally, we've got Adrian Salbucci here talking about the kidnap of Adolf Eichmann. I just broached this topic with him, and he came out with some amazing stuff. I had no idea about this rumour that he has, that from Wilfried von Oven, O-V-E-N, is the way you spell this guy's name. He was Goebbels, Joseph Goebbels is Hitler's propaganda minister's private secretary, so he knew a few things, didn't he? Obviously, he would have been right in the middle of it. That Eichmann was actually the liaison between the SS and the Zionists, and they were working very closely together.
After the war, during the Juan Perón government, he was voted into power democratically. A majority voted into power in 1946 after he made a very important social a spontaneous social revolution at the end of 1945. 17th of October of 1945 is like a holiday. It used to be a holiday in Argentina because it was the very peaceful Peronist revolution of 17th October 1945. Then in 1946, after elections, legitimate elections were held, he won by a landslide victory and became president of Argentina. But in 1955, as I said before, in September of 55, he was violently ousted by the Brits and by the Americans. Now, that being said, during his entire tenure in office, he was very open to refugees from the National Socialist states and allies to come into Argentina. Josef Mengele definitely was one of them. Adolf Eichmann definitely was one of them. Priebke, and there were many other lesser-known figures. I remember there was a little joke going around in my New York City high school saying Hitler is alive and doing well in Argentina, because it became a worldwide rumor, so to speak. Never any proof. However, yes, there is proof that other high-standing National Socialist Nazi, both SS and just the plain party or Wehrmacht members, did make it down to Argentina, especially because they had specific scientific and technological prowess that made them a good asset for Argentina to have. Probably the best known of all is Adolf Eichmann, who came to Argentina. He was an SS officer, belonged to the SS. His boss was Heinrich Himmler. However, what they never tell you is that he was the liaison with the international Zionist movement during World War II with the National Socialist government. And the SS was in charge of working together with the main Zionist, the aggressively Zionist entities from the SS, saying, okay, what do we want to do? Well, we both want something. You want to get the Jews out of Europe and bring them some other place, and we, the Nazis, want to get rid of the Jews at least from German-controlled lands. So we have a common goal. Let's work together. And the liaison was one Adolf Eichmann. Now, when Eichmann finally made it to Argentina, I'll close on this note. He settled in Buenos Aires. He worked for Mercedes-Benz, which is today the Daimler-Benz Corporation, who always had a very large industrial branch in Argentina. And he was working peacefully until in 1961, I think it was, on the 25th of May. 25th of May is sort of a public holiday in Argentina. The democratic government of Argentina at that time invited Israeli government officers if they wanted to take part in the celebrities of taking part on the 25th of May 1961, which is Argentina's national independence day, so to speak. And they did send a Britannia, an El Al, Israeli Airlines Britannia aircraft, that came to Argentina with some Mossad officers. Now, these Mossad officers had already been following Eichmann's whereabouts. They knew where he lived. They knew what he was doing. They kidnapped him. They drugged him, brought him illegally into the El Al Britannia airplane that was waiting in Buenos Aires airport, and they took him away. This was so gross that Argentina filed a formal complaint at the United Nations in I think it was in June of 1961, and the United Nations said, yes, your sovereignty has been breached by the State of Israel, and they told the State of Israel at least apologize, which they half-heartedly did some years later. But Eichmann was kidnapped, he was taken away, he was shipped to Israel, he was supposedly tried in Tel Aviv, and he was hanged. In 1962, I think he was finally hanged, which is okay. I'm not going to give you an opinion on that. Eichmann took part in the Endlösung, in all the measures, even extreme measures taken towards the end of the war against the Jewish population, both in Germany and in occupied Europe and so forth. But he was taken illegally out. And this is the surprising part, Tony. he was the only Nazi that was really kidnapped. And one can ask, well, why, with all these former Nazis traveling all over Argentina and Paraguay and Chile and southern Brazil and Colombia, why, in Argentina obviously, why did they specifically concentrate on Adolf Eichmann? And I believe, and a lot of people here believe this, because he had a lot of information. And there is a rumor, I know somebody who has died, unfortunately, who knew Adolf Eichmann. He was also a German. And he said, at the end, just before he was kidnapped, Eichmann had voiced the idea that he would like to write his memoirs. Now, if Eichmann had written his memoirs, and this is my own opinion, I don't have facts to prove this, he would have no doubt have said, well, I was the SS liaison officer during World War II. My boss was Heinrich Himmler. And we were dealing with the following Zionists, Mr. So-and-so and Mr. So-and-so and David Ben-Gurion. God knows how many names would have appeared in his book, and that would have been a scandal for all the Zionists worldwide. So they said, pick him up, take him away, make a fake trial, and kill him. And that's exactly what they did.
That's Adrian Salbucci there. Talking to me this week about the Zionist liaison and with the SS, Adolf Eichmann, and maybe that's why they captured him in 1961. Everyone's moaning, oh, the Nazis weren't pursued by the Mossad, by the Israelis. Well, one was, and his name was Eichmann, and maybe that was why, because he knew all the names of all of the Zionists who'd been collaborating with the Nazis, and he might spill the beans. That would have been a bit embarrassing. Anyway, that's from the mouth of Wilfried von Offen, O-V-E-N, told to us by Adrian Salbucci. The full version of that will be up on our show page later at thisweek.org.uk. And before we get off the subject of Argentina, this is still on the boil. These stories are still going, which amazes me. Fox News this week just came out with this. Argentina's bungled hunt for Hitler's right-hand man, Martin Bormann, revealed in declassified files, revealing bureaucratic chaos and reliance on press rumours, hampering efforts to capture Holocaust masterminds. But isn't it interesting? He's supposed to have died, Bormann. Of course, my book explains he didn't die. But here's Fox just writing an article as if he did survive in South America. Multiple documents released by Argentine President Javier Milei last year reveal how Argentina's search for Nazi war criminals who found refuge in the country during and after the Second World War could avoid arrest and, for the most part, live ordinary lives. Argentina's Peronist government sympathised and often knew of Nazi war criminals hiding in their territory under their auspices until the populist regime fell. The South American nation half-heartedly tried to keep tabs on the war criminals hiding there. Though many high-profile cases went nowhere, the case of Hitler's henchman and the guy who was doing the deals with the British, with Churchill, with Desmond Morton here, which my book, Traitors of Arnhem, Martin Bormann and the Bilderberg Group, showing how inefficient Argentina was. Oh, that's handy, isn't it? But this is in the news this week. Finally this week, James Thring from our End of the World session, it's called Global Vision 2000's Eschatology Conference 2025. James Thring gives us a real potted history of Israel. This is much longer. It does go on longer. I'll put a full version up on our show page later at thisweek.org.uk.
We have invited Professor Chaim Zapner, Research Associate at SOAS, School of Oriental and African Studies. He was on the WhatsApp group even yesterday. Are you there, sir? Second call. Maybe he's late. I'll be patient. But there we go. Let the massacres go on. I need to drink my coffee. Okay. Next person is Dr. James Thring. Are you there, James?
I'm here, yes.
Yeah, you can hear and see me. Welcome to Dr. James Thring from the Ministry of Justice. He's our old-timer friend and activist from the Ministry of Justice from London. And he's been very active, can't criticise him, even if I dare. And he's prepared a lot of research, especially for today, on the terrorist sect in Palestine. He has prepared special papers in the past. So I'm very pleased that Dr. James Thring is joining us. So James, over to you. You can have a relaxed 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, Maureen. Okay, the terrorist sect in Palestine. An abstract of this is recording the Zionist sect using terrorism to displace Palestinians and steal their land, while mislabeling Palestinian resistance as terrorist to turn global opinion against them. Instead, extreme state terrorism in Gaza incites global revulsion against the sect, leading the UN to call for a responsibility to protect action to save Palestine from annihilation. Israelis, largely Khazars, are a tribe terrorizing the Silk Road traders until 740 AD, when they converted to Judaism. Are not genetically Jewish, therefore. The breakout from the Gaza concentration camp by Qassam freedom fighters, not Hamas, to grab live hostages in 2023 was not to terrorize Israelis, as they claim. It was used as an excuse to cruelly clear Gaza, for which the Zionist leaders are incited for genocide by the ICJ and the ICC. Zionists' founding aim at their conference 1897 was to disappear the Palestinians, so they intended it. Yet Israel, an apartheid state, deceives the world that Hamas, a democratically elected government, is a terrorist organization. Many examples of Israeli terrorism worldwide are cited, principally 9/11. Hebrews claim Yahweh promised them the Holy Land based on a divine covenant, but which they broke. Therefore, it did not grant them legitimacy to terrorize, steal, and mass murder. Palestine should return to indigenous governorship with compensation. Illegal immigrants can return to safe countries or the Jewish autonomous region granted by Stalin. Otherwise, more terrorist attacks on Iran will, with US complicity, will oblige Iran to counter with massive force, potentially helped by Russia and or China, hastening World War III. We can see who the terrorists really are. A definition of terrorism in the Oxford Dictionary is government by intimidation. I think that's rather feeble. The US Department of Defense, and now Department of War, of course, defines it more broadly as the calculated use or threat of unlawful violence to inculcate fear, intended to coerce or intimidate governments or societies in the pursuit of goals that are generally political, religious, or ideological. This is the preferred definition because it's exactly what the Department of War and governments like Israel are actually guilty of. So a brief history of terrorism in Palestine. The terrorist sect in Palestine began with Zionist gangs, the Stern, Irgun, Haganah, and Zvi Leumi, or Lehi, terrifying local people from their homes with violent attacks on them, their property and animals from the 1920s. And the most well-known example is Deir Yassin in 1948, but there were many other places treated similarly. A few Palestinians resisted. British police tried to keep the peace. So the Zionist gangs also terrorized them and made us leave by bombing our HQ at the King David Hotel, killing nearly 100 people. Zionist terrorists even attacked British politicians. They sent a letter bomb to a British Prime Minister who opposed Zionism. They murdered Count Bernadotte, a pro-Jewish UN mediator, because he favored a Palestinian state. The Jewish lobby obliged the British army in Palestine to include a Jewish brigade, which aided the crushing of the Arab revolt in 1939. By sabotage, terrorist means assassinations, blowing up supplies. Again, some Palestinians bravely resisted the invasion with arms, as is legitimate in law when defending one's own country against violent, lawless invaders. The PLO tried to draw attention to the plight of the Palestinians, not to terrorize anyone. They did terrify the Israelis, but that was not the intention. It was a result of the call for action. The Zionists always intended to take Palestine for themselves and to disappear the Palestinians, in inverted commas, as Herzl vowed in their 1897 conference in Basel. About 80% of Israelis are Khazars, descended from a barbaric tribe in Khazaria, the Ukraine, Black Sea, Caspian Sea region, which terrorized, robbed, and murdered traders on the Silk Road between Europe and China in the Middle Ages. To civilize them, Russia ordered them to adopt a religion. They chose Judaism in 740 AD, so they're not genetically Jewish. Moreover, they are probably most guilty of all the barbaric crimes against the Palestinians today. Muslim states like Iran, Iraq, and Egypt tried diplomatic deals to stop the killing and colonialism by the terrorist sect. The UN partition plan in 1947 aimed to placate both sides with a two-state solution. But the head of the Zionist Transfer Committee, Joseph Weitz, wrote in 1940, "There is no room for both peoples. The only solution is Eretz Israel, without Arabs. We must not leave a single village, a single tribe. A clear intent to genocide." The Oslo peace accords aimed to settle the conflict, but again the Israelis reneged on the agreement. They secretly conspired to avoid it in a document called A Clean Break, a New Strategy for Securing the Realm. Fearing wars from neighbors, this plot was to destabilize Arab states by infiltrating agents provocateurs, i.e. terrorists, to stir up public revolt against their governments. George Soros funded the Arab Spring to boost this plan. Richard Perle got US support for the strategy by compiling a document called Rebuilding America's Defenses. To militarily occupy countries that were perceived as threats to America's interests, secretly meaning Israeli interests. To launch it, he envisaged the need for a cataclysmic event like a new Pearl Harbor. That was realized in the supreme false flag terrorist attack of 9/11. It also cast a fake blanket smear on pro-Palestinians, people, Muslim supporters, as terrorists. General Wesley Clark kindly revealed the 7 Muslim countries to be attacked, or militarily occupied as they euphemistically put it: Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, Libya, Syria, Yemen, and Sudan, which have all suffered catastrophically. 4 are now ruled by Israeli-supported terrorists. Other neighbors, Jordan, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, and most of the Gulf states, have been psychologically terrorized into kowtowing to the Zionist hegemon.
So that was James Thring, the full version of the interviews this week, particularly with Adrian Salbucci, and you've heard Torstein, but also Norbert Hammes and his dad Wilhelm Hammes up on our show page later at thisweek.org.uk. It's a war on God, but God's going to win. Time to sign off. You can download this show as an MP3 from 11 p.m. to listen in the car or anywhere you like, and follow Tony Gosling Censored on Telegram. Do please share interviews and story tips on the Tony Gosling Censored Telegram group and WhatsApp and on my Facebook page. You can download this show, full-length interviews, subscribe to my free weekly newsletter, donate, or even set up a small monthly sub. Thanks if you already do that. All at the show page this week, one word, .org.uk. My paperback about the deal between Churchill and the Nazis at the end of World War II, featuring Bormann, of course, is The Traitors of Arnhem, Martin Bormann and the Bilderbergers. It costs £15. Also, my secret government anthology from Cromwell, the Princess Diana assassination, The Siege of Heaven reader. They're both on eBay, and you'll find the Siege of Heaven ebook with my RT articles plus my most recent on John Dee and the British Empire at www.bilderberg.org. This show's repeated at 11 p.m. Fridays and at 11 and 5 a.m. and p.m. all week on the stream, except 5 p.m. Monday to Thursday when we bring you the Richie Allen Show live. Just get the app or the stream. There he is. We're streaming live now from Bristol, just about, almost live, on the talkradio.org.uk stream, at djplugradio.co.uk in Nuneaton, Warwickshire, holylandradio.com, from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Central Time at 87.7 FM in West Sweden, Wisconsin, and live on the Not the BCFM Politics Show app. If you can restream us live or rebroadcast this show, just let me know and I'll credit you here. Have a relaxing and enjoyable weekend. Do please join us for the Bristol Politics Show next Friday at 5. God bless. Don't just love thy neighbour, love everyone. And don't let the satanic banksters get you down.
I sold my car, thrown in my jar. I'm 34 years old. I think it's time I saw the world and not Australia. I sold my car, thrown in my jar. I'm 34 years old. I think it's time I saw the world, 'cause I hate the cold and rain and grey and Spain, 'cause no one had a real fine time last year. They said it doesn't rain. I hope I can quickly learn the language, yeah. I hope I can quickly learn the language. Facts of fraud presented me with some tapes of Elton John. I hope it might keep me company, but I hate the good vibes, 'cause I'm going to Spain, 'cause no one had a real fun time last year. It doesn't rain. I hope I can quickly learn the language, yeah. I hope I can quickly learn the language, yeah. My mother cried last Friday night when I said that I'll be gone. She packed it up and then cashed in her premium bonds. And I'm going to Spain, 'cause no one had a real fine time last year. They say it doesn't rain. I hope I can quickly learn the language, yeah. I hope I can quickly learn the language. Culture boy, I'm going to Spain, 'cause no one had a real fine time last year. They say it doesn't rain. I hope I can quickly learn the language, yeah.
Hey boy, just start the bass guitar, no man. Richie, play the bass, 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 bass. the future. Everybody change the future.
Check it out, bring it on, come on, check it out. My name is Crash, so I'm running out flash like a burning flare. Don't look away, cause I'm already in there. I've been there, wherever you stare. I've been there longer than you care to remember. Very deep inside you, now you must step to accept all the past behind you. Pain, breathing pain, and it's back again. Only the scars in your brain remain, so you look for a vent you can send to escape what's gone. And now I'm on, and from the nipple to the needle to the bottle, and you're never satisfied. For these crimes you must be tried, you can't hide. Cause I am reality, your birthright is a word of insanity. Disconnected legacy, and you will never see an end to the global savagery. Continuing to feed your desire for more, but deep down you know that you can never find what you're looking for's gone, and you can't fight back. And now your senses are under attack, so you act automatic. Return to the frantic nation of addicts, reduced to the manic, false erratic, solemn dope up slaves and servants of greed. Because you are born into the age of panic, into an age of panic, born into an age of panic, into an age of panic. Into an age of panic, into the age of panic, born into the age of panic, into an age of panic. Now I'm going all city with a master plan. I bust a man and I'm about to tell you just who I am. I am the reality you can't escape. The visions recorded on disc and tape. The rape, the horror, the shame, so familiar. My words fill you with dread and then kill you dead. Stone cold in your stride, I feel a hole in your soul around 50 miles wide. I'm a contradiction each time you speak. I keep you weak and knock you down at your feet. I am the part that you can never reconcile. You're right here, but you're living in exile. Walking in cities of stone, the shadows grow. Thousands of people, but you're all alone in your own little zone like a drone. Working in hives, all your lives bound down to the throne. The overlords, that in your own image. And needs to try you in the global village. Now you're finished, dependent, lost in a maze. Your days as you stare at the glowing blaze of rays. Your future pulses in a computer. I am you, now that suits ya. Inherited chaos now instilled as our will. And now I just wait for the killers they're born into the age of panic, into an age of panic, born into an age of panic, into an age of panic, born into the age of panic, into an age of panic, born into an age of panic, into an age of panic.
Downstairs, got my hat and my corny brown leather jacket. Streets, grey and clean for a change. Must have been the rain. Thought transference. And this man who digs with me would put out 2 or 3 teeth and I'd tongue the floor. Winter is here. Unlike yourself. Pull my shirt off. Service. sing the leaves, kick the brown branches of this hill. I came home and found I could say the word entrepreneur. My problem began. This day is partial. This day's portion. Don't want to wake up and learn. I've learned the word entrepreneur. Wandered around, found out. Didn't want to say the word. Rolls around in your mouth. Every man Jack wants to be what he is not. Boys are taken over. They mumble through the grass. They are not fit to be in the company of Volkerians and Wolverines. Too many heads knocking about. This is partial. This day is partial. This day is partial. This day is partial.